Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now. Right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, we are back. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. It's been a long night for me, guys. But hey, we're back, guys, and a lot's went down. Of course, Trump's signing of the big beautiful bill and a couple of appearances. We're gonna get into those and more details on this U.S. Vietnam trade deal. All right, another one. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. President. So we had a great time in Iowa, very successful, a lot of people. I think they enjoyed it, but it's been a great state for me. We won it all 3 times, and very special. Tomorrow is going to be great. We're going to have the B-2s flying, and we had Christie, the whole group, including a lot of great congressmen. We have everybody, and we have Doug Burgum. If you have any questions, Brooke Rollins, agriculture, if you have any questions, let us know. But we all had a great time in Iowa.
Mr. President, has Hamas agreed to the latest framework for a ceasefire and hostage deal?
We'll see what happens. We're going to know over the next 24 hours.
And what I've been hearing, honestly, within those 24 hours, is that Hamas is actually acting very favorably towards a ceasefire deal. Though, I mean, they're already de-escalating already. We're pretty much just waiting on Israel to do the same.
Mr. President, you had the best border numbers in the month of June in the country's history. Now with the one big beautiful bill being signed by you, you've set the bar so high when it comes to border security. What is the expectation moving forward, sir?
I love this guy. I love him. He's like my favorite person. Well, we just want to see if we can keep going up. We had great numbers. I appreciate you saying it. We have had, but we just want to keep them going up, right?
That's right.
That's all we can do.
Mr. President, you talked about farmers and trying to give them some relief. Can you talk a little bit more specifically about, you mentioned legislation.
Yeah, I'll let my agricultural genius talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have been hard at work. The president gave a directive that the farmers needed to make sure they could farm and do their harvests and milk their cows.
And ain't that the truth? Because the Department of Agriculture is going to be responsible for school lunches starting now. I mean, well, since the dismantlement of the Department of Education, yes, the Department of Agriculture will be handling school lunches, which means we should see more healthier options.
So Stephen Miller, myself, the top team in the White House has been working on, including Secretary Noem, including Secretary Chavez-Rimmer, on the H-2A streamline, the current visa system that allows seasonal workers in. So we are hard at work. We've already made some changes. We're going to make it cheaper, more efficient, and more effective for those farmers. We will have a 100% legal workforce very, very soon, thanks to President Trump's leadership.
Mr. President.
Good answer, right?
All right, so we're not just handing out, citizenship. We're pretty much just saying, all right, you're a seasonal worker. You'll be here for this amount of time. You'll go back. We'll bring you back. And, hopefully within that time of seasonal work, they can find a way to make themselves a, legal resident.
Mr. President.
Yes.
We're 10 days away from the anniversary of your assassination attempt. Do you know any more now about the assassination attempt than you knew then?
Well, the FBI was in the other day with a lot of people, including the Attorney General, who's doing a great job, Pam Bondi. And I'm very satisfied. They gave
Guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's remember to double tap that screen.
me a complete presentation. I was very satisfied.
There's a report that you held a secret meeting today with a Saudi official. Are you any closer on expanding the Abraham Accords? Any news from
Yeah,
that
we
meeting?
are. It's one of the things we talked about, the Abraham Accords. Now that Iran has been taken out in terms of a nuclear threat, and they have been completely taken out, at least for a very long time, I think a lot of people are going to be joining the Abraham Accords.
Mm-hmm.
You have 4 great countries already, but we're going to have a lot of people, I think, joining the Abraham Accords.
I mean, it will be a blessing if every country in the Middle East can recognize Israel as a country, and it's going to stabilize that area. And I mean, it's either that or worst case scenario, they gang up on Israel. But it does seem like these guys are starting to accept Israel as a country, and that is going to cause peace in the Middle East, because one of the main gripes of the Middle East is, Israel and American, interference, but mainly Israel.
Yeah.
Some polls have shown the big, beautiful bill to not be very popular. I'm wondering, how confident are you in being able to sell it to the American people?
Yeah, I think it's very popular. It does many things, but one of them is the biggest tax cuts in our country's history.
Mm-hmm.
And that alone makes it very popular. The only poll that was done was a Democrat poll, and they'll ask 2 of the little bit controversial things, but good things for the country. The tax cuts alone. So it's the largest tax cut in the history of our country. Mm-hmm. And that alone makes it very, very popular.
Yep, largest spending cut due to the dramatic cuts in Medicaid, of course, and the largest tax cuts because, of course, the tax, the permanence of the tax 2017 tax cuts. Then we got 15% lowering of taxes, those making between 30K to 80K. And then, of course, no tax on tips and overtime, being capped at, I believe, around 10 to 25K. I think no tax on tip is 10K.
Mr. President, can you talk a little bit about your expectations for the celebration next year? Obviously, a bit of a preview tonight. You talked about the Patriot games. You highlighted a possible UFC title fight at the White House. What are your expectations for the celebration next year, sir?
Well, I think it's going to be a great celebration. It's going to be as big a celebration as we've ever had. And remember, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics also. So we have that, plus we have 250. I think it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a great time for this country. It's going to be the golden age. Thank you.
What's next for Russia and Ukraine? Are you speaking to Zelensky tomorrow? And what are you hoping
I'm
the next
speaking to President Zelensky tomorrow, early in the morning. And, I'm very disappointed with the conversation I had today with President Putin, because I don't think he's there.
And shout out to my man James Foley for go ahead and open up the calling line. And coming in with a baller alert. Appreciate the support, my man. Let me go ahead and get that open for you guys.
And I'm very disappointed.
About 10 minutes.
Well, it's not. I'm just saying, I don't think he's looking to stop, and that's too bad. This is Biden. This isn't me. This is Biden's war. It wouldn't have happened if I were president. It wouldn't have happened. So, I in one way I had to get too involved because it's Biden's war. And I got stuck in the middle of it, just like I did with immigration and a lot of other things that they screwed up. But I was not happy with the conversation, no.
Mr. President, a couple weeks ago, you said that you were on the cusp of a historic settlement with Harvard University. What's changed since then? Do you think you're closer to an agreement, or do you think Columbia?
No, nothing. I think we're going to probably settle with Harvard. We're going to probably settle with Colombia. They want to settle very badly.
How much?
There's no rush. A lot of money.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about one of the words you used during your speech, Shylocks. That's widely viewed as an anti-Semitic phrase. Do you intend for that word to be used that
No,
way?
I've never heard it that way. To me, Shylock is somebody that's a money lender at high rates. I've never heard it that way. You view it differently than me. I've never heard that.
Shylock. I'm weak. So Shylock was some guy giving money at high rates. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Sounds kind of Jewish to me. No offense.
But anything
Mr.
else?
President, what do you make of the deal that your lawyers struck with CBS's parent company? Can you talk about that? And have you had any conversations with Larry Ellison about expectations you might have for Skydance and PSAs that they would run should they take over Paramount?
Well, Larry Ellison's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. I think he's the buyer. But we did a deal for about $16 million plus $16 million or maybe more than that in advertising. So it's a combination of 16 plus, 16 plus. So it's like 32 to maybe $35 million. I think that this has nothing to do with Larry Ellison. I think he's going to run CBS really well. And I think he's making a good deal to buy it. I think he's great. He's got a son who's.
Oh, yeah, my bad, James. Forgot to go ahead and read your super chat. He's like, let's skip the yada yada. Open the lines now. Blessed to be alive with my loved ones. Had a crazy accident with my boy on the 4th. We had a guardian angel with us, and we are all angels in God's army. God bless everyone, even blue hair people, and I guess Kamala. And you know what, James, man, I'm happy to hear that. Yo, bro, try to make sure to tell me more about that after, man, because I'm happy that you and your boy's okay. And hopefully you didn't sustain any crazy injuries, my man. Blessed to have you here.
A fantastic young man, too. But what they did was incredible. They took an answer from Kamala just before, the day before the election, and it was a horrible answer. And they took the answer out in its entirety, and they put another answer in, a different answer. That was a different part of the interview because the answer she gave was so bad, it was like election threatening. And I've seen it all, but I've never seen that. Nobody has. And we understand that was done in other locations also with respect to answers. But think of it. One of the most important questions, maybe the most important question, she gave a horrible answer to it. So they took an answer from another part of the interview and they inserted it. Nobody's ever seen that before.
So, I believe he's talking about the 60-minute lawsuit on Kamala, and I believe that they're actually about to reach a settlement on that. So, I mean, it looks like Donald Trump's museum is about to get another donation.
I think they made a wise decision to settle.
And is that $16 million for the ads? Is that part of contingency for your administration to approve the merger or the sale of the company?
No, it has nothing to do with that. This is totally separate. This was when I was running. This had nothing to do with what was taking place in government. This is when I was running. This was essentially the night before the election. And they did this, and we thought it was despicable, actually.
So Paramount is the people who own 60 Minute agreed to pay Trump's $16 million. Damn, $16 million to settle the whole thing with Kamala. So yeah, so Paramount, the people who own 60 Minute, is pretty much dedicating $16 million to Trump, which will most likely go into his Trump museum and added to the fund of $15 million that he got from his grape case with ABC.
For countries that don't get a letter right away and that you haven't made a deal with,
we're going to start sending letters out to various countries starting tomorrow. We'll probably have 10 or 12 go out tomorrow. And over the next few days, I think by the 9th, they'll be fully covered. And they'll range in value from maybe 60 or 70% tariffs to 10 and 20% tariffs. Mm-hmm. But they're going to be starting to go out sometime tomorrow. We've done the final form, and it's basically going to explain what the countries are going to be paying in tariffs. And it's
and I believe now I'm not sure if this is one of Trump's letters or this is something that he actually negotiated, but it does believe that Trump done posted on Truth Social about a trade deal with Vietnam. Now, like I said, I'm not sure if this is him handing out a letter or he was actually in negotiation with these people. And the reason why I say that is because when I looked over the deal, it seemed overly in our favor. It almost sounded like we just handed them the paper and said, this is what we're doing.
Important. It's a lot of money for the country, but we're giving them a bargain. Because if I went by the true deficits or by other ways of measuring, it could be a lot more. We don't want to. I don't want to stretch it too much. We want to keep it pretty reasonable. And I think it's very reasonable.
Mr. President, what countries will you be sending those letters to first?
We're going to be sending to, well, you're going to see tomorrow. I'd rather give it tomorrow. But we have probably 10 to 12 tomorrow. And then after that, we'll be sending 10 or 12 a day. And as we get along, as we get to the smaller countries, we're pretty much going to keep the tariffs the same.
Are there any countries that will have a little flexibility with that deadline?
Not really. I mean, they'll start to pay on August 1st. The money will start to come into the United States on August 1st, okay, in pretty much all cases. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So yeah, pretty much how Trump pretty much solves this whole 90-day tariff deal or the 90 days to trade deals is pretty much just saying that, hey, look, if they don't want to come in, negotiate in good faith, then we're just going to write out a trade deal and we're going to mail it to them. Like, this is what I mean by sending out letters. Or did he actually, well, when this comes to Vietnam, did he actually send these guys a letter or did he work out some type of trade deal with them? All right, guys, let's get right to the next one.
Hello, everybody. So we had a good day. It was an amazing little party at the White House for lots of people, but just a great 4th of July. We have some busy things to do tomorrow. We have a pretty busy period of time. The economy is doing great. The country is doing amazing. It's on the right track. In fact, right track, wrong track came out, I guess, the first time in 28 years that they said we're on the right track. I don't know why it was so long, but we're doing very well. Anybody have any questions?
Well, yeah, with all the major indexes seeing record numbers, let's see. Well, what was it? Personal income is up. Inflation's down. Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot economically, even though the Dems don't want to admit it. But hey, it is what it is. Even if no matter how much you guys fearmonger, how much you guys try to deny it, Trump got the economy in a good place. And we're earning jobs like over 100,000 jobs month per month. Like, I'm sorry, Dems, but no matter how hard you fearmonger, the results stay the same. Trump is a plus on the economy.
Oh, that's terrible. The floods. It's shocking. They don't know the answer yet as to how many people, but it looks like.
Hey, and shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT. He says, hit the like button. It's free, unlike all the hard work S.E.T does. Hey, man, ain't that the truth? Appreciate you, Luke, and appreciate the support, guys.
Like some young people have died. Federal aid for them? Oh, yeah. Sure. We'll take care of it. We're working with the governor. We're working with the governor. It's a terrible thing.
What's your reaction to the loss and the response to your peace proposal? They said they gave a positive response.
They said they gave me a positive response?
Yes.
Well, that's good. I mean, I've heard that, but they haven't briefed me on it yet. I think they're going to be positive about it. We have to get it over with. Hamas we have to get it over with. We have to do something about Gaza. We've been doing it. You know, we're sending a lot of aid, a lot of money and a lot of aid. Otherwise, you have people in big, big trouble. But, yeah, I think it's been very positive. A good response. Yes, please.
Considering what's been going down in, Palestine or in Gaza, the fact that the IDF is actually pretty much shooting at people, trying to get aid, or even to the beginning of this, where multiple war crimes were committed, by bombing hospitals. It just wasn't a good look for Israel, nor is it a good look for America. And here's the thing, we can't even blame, I'm never going to blame an entire people for an atrocity, but I am going to blame the entire, cabinet of Benjamin Netanyahu. I will blame that entire cabinet right there. This entire ethnic cleansing, because they don't want to claim that it's a genocide yet, or if ever, but this whole ethnic cleansing is under that regime.
I did. I signed some letters, and they'll go out on Monday, probably 12. 12 different amounts of money, different amounts of tariffs, and somewhat different statements.
Mr. President, which countries will receive those letters on Monday?
You'll be announced. I have to announce it on Monday. I can't do it.
Mr. President, what do you want to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu
Monday in your meeting?
Well, we're going to have a meeting on Iran, obviously. And, you know, the success, it was a great success. And blown to pieces, the whole nuclear thing. I would say it's set back permanently. If they were going to do it again, they might as well start in a different location because that location is totally demolished. They could start, but I would think they'd have to start in a different location. But if they did start, there'd be a problem. We wouldn't allow that to happen.
Well, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Mr. President, Iran has not agreed to inspections. Iran has not agreed to inspections. Iran has not agreed to give up their nuclear enrichment. Ceasefire premature.
Well, you're saying they haven't agreed. Let's see what it is. They want to meet with me. So if they haven't agreed, then we're not going to have a very successful meeting. Right?
Mr. President, are you still optimistic about a Gaza deal next week?
There could be a Gaza deal next week. Yeah.
How optimistic are you?
I'm very optimistic, but you know, look, it changes from day to day. It's been changing for.
And here's the thing, though, even if when the Gaza situation settles, because I do believe they're going to get to a successful ceasefire because, well, Israel's kind of moved their attention away from Gaza, seeing that they've already won that. And they're facing their attention towards Lebanon and Hezbollah because they've recently struck these guys with bunker bombers. Well, because they were trying to rebuild their underground military base. Now, did this violate the ceasefire? It's really hard to say because you could say that Hezbollah violated by trying to rebuild their military base. You could say but Israel violated by attacking them first. It all depends on how you want to see it.
Years. It changed. As I came in, I inherited a very bad situation in many ways. Whether it's 25 million people coming in from prisons, jails, from mental institutions, from gangs. You know, it's or that or Gaza. You could say Gaza. You could say I inherited Iran. We did something about it. We've gotten a lot of hostages out, as you know, from Gaza, a lot. But unfortunately, you know, we came into that, we inherited that situation.
Mr. President, can you tell us about your call with Zelensky today?
Yeah, we had a good call. We talked about different things, and we had a very good call. I think a very, very strategic call.
Are there plans to partner with Ukraine on conditions?
Well, we've been helping them, and we'll continue to help them. It's a pretty tough situation. We'll see what happens. I told you I was very unhappy with my call with President Putin. And it just seems like he wants to go all the way and just keep killing people. No good. It's not good. I wasn't happy with it.
Mr. President, are there any updates on the negotiations of the TikTok deal?
Yeah, we pretty much have a deal. Now we're going to go and ask. I think we're going to start Monday or Tuesday asking, talking to China, perhaps President Xi or one of his representatives. But we pretty much have a deal.
And a lot of people want to actually get TikTok closed down because, well, let's be real, TikTok is kind of spreading a certain narrative or propaganda that, well, it doesn't seem like the United States can get ahead of without limiting free speech. And so they won't do it. So the best thing that a lot of these senators and House members want is the takedown of TikTok. And the main reason is because, well, what they've been spreading about the whole, you know, what's been going on in Gaza and all that good stuff. Like a lot of these horrific scenes you've been seeing in Gaza has honestly been TikTok videos, and I'm surprised that they haven't been, these pages have been taken down for gore or anything like that.
On TikTok. But we think we probably have to get it approved by China. Not definitely, but probably.
How confident are you that China will agree to that deal?
I'm not confident, but I think so. President Xi and I have a great relationship, and I think it's good for them. I think the deal is good for China, and it's good for us, and for us it's money. You know, we make a lot of money if the deal goes through.
Are you planning to meet with President Xi? Are you planning to go meet in China?
Well, I was asked to go there, yeah. He asked me if I'd go, and he would likewise come here. We get along very well. We always have gotten along well.
President, Iran has said that they want to go to the UN and have the UN force the United States to contaminate their guns by the UN. What is your response to that?
You're going to have to say that again because you're being blurred out.
That Iran wants to have the UN force the US to pay for the damages that were done by the strike that the US did.
Well, I think it's pretty ridiculous, yeah. I would say maybe very ridiculous.
Can you tell us about
Go
your
ahead,
call?
please.
President Putin has not agreed to a ceasefire. Do you think he's mocking you?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's worried about sanctions. I do think he's very worried about sanctions. And, you know, we're determining that the Senate, as you know, has put in big sanctions, very big sanctions.
Well, that and I mean, Putin kind of screwed himself by coming out and admitting that his economy is in deep trouble. So when he came out there and admitted his economy is in deep trouble, that pretty much like made everybody in the Senate just be like, "Oh, really now? Oh, okay, well then perfect. Well, let's go ahead and topple you over with these sanctions and let's see where that puts you." So yeah, Putin kind of exposed himself by admitting that his economy is in the red, and now almost every member in Congress and the Senate is damn near drooling at the mouth to drop them sanctions. Foaming at the mouth, really.
Well, they need him for defense. I mean, I don't want to see people killed, and they're going to need him for defense. They're amazingly effective. You know, we knocked out 14 out of 14. That's pretty amazing. If you think of it, it's almost incredible. But we knocked out 14 out of 14. So they're going to need something because they're being hit pretty hard.
Are you going to send them, though? Are you going to send more?
Yeah, we might. We're looking at.
And shout out to James Foley. He says, immigrant Squid Game, winner gets to stay. I mean, bro. Hey, I'd watch it.
On tariffs, Mr. President, why are they only coming into effect in August?
Well, I'd probably start them on August 1st. Well, that's pretty early, right? I mean,
Like
you know,
3 weeks after the
because we're talking about, yeah. So when do you think they should come into effect? Sooner? I don't know how they could be sooner. We waited about a 90-day period. We probably had 90 days or so, and really much longer than that because we've been looking at this for years. We've been looking at it. I've been looking at it for a long time. I can tell you every single country, and I can tell you every single deficit that we have and they have. I've been looking at it for many years, frankly, and I think it's ridiculous that countries were able to get away with so much. I had a great call with the German Chancellor. He's a strong guy, very good man, had a great victory. No, we did talk about it, though, and he feels, you know, they have to be protected. He's a strong guy and smart, very smart man.
Mr. President, are you confident that you'll be able to find an end to the fighting in Ukraine?
That's an interesting question. We have with India and with Pakistan and in Africa, as you know, with the Congo, Rwanda, Serbia, Kosovo, and so many others. We've found we've helped Egypt with, as you know, their next door neighbor, where the water is being taken from the Nile. We've helped a lot.
I'm not even gonna lie though. Trump did something slick with the with that DR Congo deal. Yes, with the Dominican Republic of Congo, he did something slick with that peace deal because he also worked in a trade deal within there with the Congo, you know, for their rare earth minerals and all like that and everything like that. So it's kind of funny because Trump is going around trying to find ways to kind of wane off of China's rare earth minerals and find other suppliers. And let's be real, this kind of takes China's grip off us on that area.
The countries, the Ukraine situation, that's a Biden deal. It's not a Trump deal. I'm trying to get it finished off, settled, and we'll see. I don't know. I can't tell you whether or not that's going to happen.
Is it a priority?
Yeah, I'd like to see it happen. I don't want to see 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 soldiers killed every week. And you have other people, but for the most part, so far it's been mostly soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and they're also Russian soldiers. But it's 5,000 souls, and they're being killed every single week. So it's really higher than that now.
Do you expect any trade deals this weekend to be signed?
Yeah, I do. I think I'll probably send out 10 or 12 letters.
Mr. President, in addition to the
And that's what I meant by letters. Like I said, he's not really waiting for these guys to come to the table because some of these guys are playing around. You know, some of these countries are kind of showing us their ass right now. And they're kind of going to get put on notice real quick. Once we send them that letter of a trade deal, that's pretty much going to overly be in our favor. And like I said, now let me go ahead and like give you the framework of this Vietnam trade deal, why I think Trump kind of just sent these guys a letter. Because the framework was agreed on July 2nd, 2025. U.S. presidents announced a 20% tariff on Vietnamese goods across the board and up from 10%. So we've raised that 10% base to 20% and a steep 40% tariff for goods deemed transshipped from third countries. So, remember when I was telling you guys how China likes to send their products to Vietnam, Indonesia, Mexico, get them relabeled so they can send their product into here tariff free? Yeah, that's done. And a lot of, I'll be real, it's not just China, but I do believe there's other countries who like to use Vietnam as a trans-shipping hub to get their products over here with zero tariffs. Trump has pretty much stomped that out.
Letters. Do you think you'll be able to reach deals with European Union or India?
I think that letters are better for us. I've said that all along because you have hundreds of countries. You have over 200 countries, and you can't sit down with 200 countries. I think the letters are better. I think it's simple.
I mean, yeah, the way Trump, hopefully it sounds like a letter because it didn't even sound like Vietnam even had a say because they got to accept our products with zero tariffs. So while all their products get a standard 20% tariff, and then if they transship it, it gets double that. The products we send into there 0%, which means Trump has opened up the Vietnam market to American products. I mean, just like he did with the UK. Hey, the man knows how to make a deal, I guess. And all right, man. Shout out to our man, Dr. Luke. He said Libra T Bob Betty Blue are getting Libra T Bob Betty Blues are getting upset like they are the defenders of the poor, good-hearted deep state. I mean, I'm telling you. Hey, shout out Luke.
Tariff is simpler than and better than.
Oh, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every day.
Sitting down and working 15 different things. With the UK, we did that, and it was great for both parties. With China, we did that, and I think it's very good for both parties. We have India coming up, and with Vietnam, we did it, but it's much easier to send a letter saying, listen,
Okay, so it does look like Vietnam might have negotiated it. But shout out to my man James Foley. He says the Democratic Party went downhill in 1865 after Republicans voted to free slaves instead of having free slaves. Man. Well, damn! Shout out my man Foley for dropping some knowledge on us.
We have India coming up, and with Vietnam, we did it, but it's much easier to send a letter saying, listen, we know we have a certain deficit or in some cases a surplus, but not too many. And this is what you're going to have to pay if you want to do business in the United States. And it's a tremendous amount of money that would be coming to us.
Yeah. And I do love the philosophy of what he's trying to do with the tariffs. He's pretty much saying, yo, a lot of these companies, their main profiter is the United States, is the people of the United States of America. A lot of these companies and countries mainly profit off of us. So for these countries to even sit there and try to grandstand on us as if we're not the main reason why they're staying afloat or we're not the reason why their companies are making money and providing jobs to their people is crazy. So I do like what he's saying. Look, it's either you're going to pay us to do business or we're going to make it impossible for you to do business and your main corporations are just going to come to America to keep their profits and give us jobs. How do you want to play it?
It's really, by the way, it's a tremendous amount of money. You see the kind of money already. We're taking in tariffs now on cars, usually about 25%. Every car that comes into the country is paying about 25%. Lumber, steel, aluminum. But for the most part, I'd say just a percentage of maybe 15, 20% of the ultimate tariff, which would be over the next few months. And we've taken in over $100 billion already.
Mr. President, you plan to let
Pretty shocking. So much. And the other thing that's happening is many countries are moving into the country in order not to pay tariffs. So they're moving their factory here in order not to pay tariffs.
Mr. President, can you talk about your meeting with the Saudi defense minister at the White House?
Yeah, we had a great meeting. Great person. He was representing, and he had some statements from the king and from the crown prince. And great people. They congratulated us on the incredible attack on Iran. It was an attack on something that you can't have, the nuclear facility. It's been proven now that it's been totally obliterated. If they wanted to start, they couldn't start there. They'd have to start someplace else. But it was a congratulatory call in many ways. We talked about trade. We talked about missile defense. We talked about airplanes. They want to buy a lot of airplanes.
Why are you so much tougher on Iran than Russia?
No, I think I'm tougher on Russia than I am on Iran, actually. If you remember Nord Stream 2, you never heard that term until Trump came along, right? And, I closed it, and that was the biggest economic development deal they've ever done. Then Biden opened it, but then it got closed. But Biden opened it. No, I think I'm tougher on Russia than I was on almost any other country.
Would you like to see Patrick Reed make the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, I think he's great. Patrick Reed, he's great.
Mr. President, have you threatened Putin with sanctions to him personally?
We talk about sanctions a lot, yeah.
What does he say?
I would say he's not thrilled with it, but, he's been able to handle sanctions, but these are pretty biting sanctions. No, we talk about sanctions a lot. And he understands.
Like I stated earlier, Russia has came out pretty much said that their economy's in the red. And I mean, the only reason why they're ramping up the war with Ukraine is because it kind of seems like Russia's economy is kind of ran off war. And once the war stops down, their economy is going to see a downturn. So it does make sense why he's kind of like not trying to have any type of ceasefire deal, because he needs to find a way to like wane his economy off a wartime economy.
That it may be coming, and he's a professional.
It may be coming.
Yeah, maybe coming, sure.
Have you decided on what your next international trip might be?
With who? With what?
Have you decided on what your next international trip might be?
Yeah, it changes a lot. We get these emergencies. I'm putting out fires all over the place. Talking about my next international trip. We're putting out fires all over the place, and so it's changing, but we're planning to go to Europe. We've been invited to Turkey. I've been invited, frankly, to every country. We had a tremendous success in NATO. As you know, they've agreed to put up more than $1 trillion. They took it from 2%, but they weren't paying 2%. They were paying less to 5% where they're paying. And that's a big deterrent. That was a great thing they did. I have a great relationship with almost all of the nations.
President, your plan to let farmers keep their workers that might not be in the country legally, would you do that for other industries like home building?
Yeah, well, we're looking at that right now, and we're going to come out with a statement on it sometime next week. But we want to have, certain industries need help because we don't have enough people. And we're going to be coming out with a statement.
But then I also say, too, I mean, like, here's the thing, though. If we make these guys seasonal workers, we got to remember the reason why these people are even being hired in this like this because they're able to be paid under minimum wage, like damn near slave wages. Do we want to continue that? And if we're making them seasonal workers, then yeah, hopefully you guys are gonna at least pay them minimum wage, and we're not just allowing these guys to get away with slave labor under seasonal working conditions. Like, it's wild.
Fairly soon. What we are doing is getting all the criminals out of our country. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you had a good time, and it's been a great, I think it's been a great 4th of July.
Man, I'm feeling everything he's doing. Maybe about the whole, everything about the immigrants and on this, the farms and hotels and all that. They get underpaid. That's like the only reason why these guys are fighting for them. So I don't know if I really championing that. I'm not sure if I like that too much. I mean, if we can get them seasonal work here and they get paid minimum wage and a better wage, I mean, that's great. But pretty much giving them that clearance because we're able to pay them lower than everybody else is wild.
John Thune, who's a fantastic guy, and those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. You didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing, his beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy, and Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who's great. When I have a problem, I call him up, and he gets it done. He's a tough cookie. I don't know why he's not the governor of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like, oh, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. Come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job.
I mean, shoot, any governor, anybody's better than Tim Walz. Anybody.
I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to. Let's say we are. I think say we are. What a job you did. And Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much.
All right. Enough of the
This is firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. I noticed something that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? But all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers in this act, we have officially...
They're trying to know that those wind farms are a scam and they don't really produce any real energy, when all they do is destroy the landscape, and they really waste the money. I'll be honest with you.
We made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. We're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is the most it's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far. But we are going to have a situation, we are going to have something where people are going to realize the level of success and popularity of this bill.
Well, actually, according to what I've recently discovered, China is actually a global leader in wind energy, boasting the world's largest installed wind power capacity and significant advancements in both onshore and offshore wind farms. The country has aggressively expanded its wind energy sector with ambitions, targets, and substantial investments in both wind and turbine manufacturing and development. So let's be real. Since they're the one making it, they're going to be the global leaders in it. So, hey, man, Trump might want to actually look at that up because, they're doing pretty well in wind. Now, does wind make up most of their energy? I doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's oil.
And sort of to close it out, it makes the child tax credit permanent for 40 million American families. And to increase the car affordability, it makes interest on a new car payment. So this had never happened before. You buy a car, you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct for income tax purposes your payment of interest. You're allowed to deduct it. It's never happened before. So run out and buy a car. But I have to tell you, It's only good, Mike, if it's made in America. If it's made in another country, you don't get it.
Yep. And also, the incentive to buy an American made car, you're pretty much going to get a tax incentive to buy one and get a rate cut as well. So it's going to be cheaper to finance it. Damn near overall cheaper just to get a newer American model car, which is definitely going to push that up. So let's be real, guys. Hey, where's your American spirit at, man? Get you a Ford, Chevy. I don't know if you're on the more classy side, a Lincoln, man. Do what you got to do.
And to protect 2 million family farms and other small businesses, we're eliminating the estate tax or the death tax. So if you want to leave your farm or your small business, but the farms they have been devastated, to your children, if you love your children. By the way, if you don't love your children, don't even listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if you love, would you live? Yes, I think you love your child. This one loves Barron. So I don't know if we're a small business. I think we're not. I'm not sure that we qualify. I'm sorry, darling. But it was devastating. Farmers, they had to go out and borrow money. And by the way, is that Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi, raise your hand. Thank you, Pam, for being here. Attorney General, she's done an incredible job. So there won't be any, think of this, there won't be any death tax. You're not going to have to go borrow money. Your parents pass away and the farm goes into the bank's hands and gets foreclosed. That's not going to happen. And with 100% expensing for new investments, we're cutting taxes for every manufacturer who builds, expands, and we have expansion at the highest level.
Which is a bit crazy because I know the estate tax is pretty much basic inheritance tax, but the estate tax is a bit wild how Dems are so thirsty to come after other people's hard work and then when they die, they try to leave behind to their kids. Y'all are so thirsty that y'all be like, how dare you guys raise it by $1 million? We don't want them to keep their estate that they left for their children. It's like, first off, guys, y'all tripping. But I do understand, what was the estate tax? I think it was like 15, and now it's like, what, 16.8? I'm gonna have to look that one up. But it is a bit crazy how Dems were tripping on that. I'm like, wow, you guys want money that you didn't even earn that people left for their children? Pathetic.
That we've ever had it. We have hundreds of factories, including car plants and AI. It's coming into our country at levels that we've never seen. And to conclude, not only will we have the strongest economy on earth, we're also going to have the strongest borders on earth. And last month, did you see the number? 0 people crossed our border. 0 illegal people. And that's after Joe Biden let 21 million people, many of them people from gangs and prisons and drug lords and people that were mentally unbalanced. They let them into our country. We're getting them out at record numbers, and we have an obligation to, and we're doing it. So as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's founding executive.
And shout out to my man Jet, my bad, big dog. But shout out Jet, he said the TDS mental patients are out in force. My God, I'm telling you. I mean, hey, man, look, guys, the way you guys are going off in the chat is almost like there's some cult. But here's the thing, I ain't gonna treat y'all too bad, though, but y'all definitely did earn you a 3 out of 5 Kool-Aid packs. I mean, Sinai included if you want you. I can send it straight to you libtards, but that is a 3 out of 5 Kool-Aid packs. That is how far you guys are in the cult. I mean, hey, man, as soon as you start saying this man's the Antichrist, that's a 5 out of 5 right there. So watch yourself.
Exactly 1 year from now, we are creating an economy that delivers wealth for the middle class, a border that is sovereign and secure, and a military that is unmatched, unequaled anywhere in the world. And you saw that. And what a beautiful sight that was, especially after watching what they did just a short while ago. The golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. It's going to be a period of time, the likes of which I don't think this country has ever experienced before. We're going to make America great again, and it's happening very fast. We love you. We thank you for being here. Enjoy the fireworks tonight. And First Lady, I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable. You think it's easy being First Lady? It's not. Thank you all very much.
All right, now let's get to that signing of the big, beautiful bill as it gets enacted into law. And like I said, guys, let's give it, let's give it to December. Let's see what happens. You guys are crying about a fear mongering on it now, but you don't know what's going to happen. And let's be real. I mean, I have my optimistic projections, but neither do I. But come on now, guys. People aren't going to die because Medicaid has been reduced. Stop the fear mongering. Okay, guys, that's probably the most egregious one. I mean, anyone else you guys want? Anything else you want to bring up about the big beautiful bill that you hate? Because I'll tell you right now, the reduction of Medicaid is not going to cause millions to die. And if we get to December and millions of people have not died, I'm on y'all ass. I'll be real with you. There you go.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Wow.
Mr. President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big, beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your family.
Are we ready?
Gavel is in.
Are we ready? Good. Have a good time,
President Trump signing his signature bill there right at the White House on this 4th of July as he is surrounded.
Now, I was definitely reading something in the chat when people were saying no FEMA for Texas, which is, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys are protesting a red state or are you actually feeling bad about the red state? Because, I mean, there'd be some sick people. I remember during the election when North Carolina got hit with that hurricane. I mean, there was literally Dems pretty much saying, I hope all those Republicans or all those Trumpers die, or get flooded over. So I don't know where y'all coming from with that, but I hope it's from a good place here and not you just wishing death on people you disagree with, like politically. I hope it's coming from there. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it because, well, let's get into CNN's coverage of this Russian strike.
After speaking with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, President Trump says he's considering sending more Patriot missiles to Ukraine. Trump characterized the call as, quote, very good. Yesterday, Kyiv endured the biggest attack since Russia invaded Ukraine more than 3 years ago. The attacks happened hours after Putin and Trump spoke by phone. Trump said he was very unhappy with his conversation with Putin. Now, Russia has been stepping up its attacks on Ukraine, pounding Kyiv with a record number of drone strikes. And now officials in Kyiv say there's some evidence some of those drones were made in China. CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, has more.
Hear the buzz, and all you can do is wait.
Damn.
Kiev has seen this almost every night for months. But there was something about Thursday night's ferocity that seemed new and unchecked, even underground. No sleep is the norm, huddling in basements too. If you're not so immune to the sirens, you turn over in bed when you hear them. Hearing Russia broke another record of drones fired has also happened a lot this past month. What was different was the possibility the capital's air defenses behind interceptions like these might be in trouble. Gunners tried to pick off drones, but the American supply of Patriots that take down Russian ballistic missiles is, at best, in doubt. Leaving nights here longer and louder, and solace something you find in the subway. A record assault that came moments after Presidents Trump and Putin spoke. That too did not go well.
I'm very disappointed with the conversation I had today with President Putin because I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there. And I'm very disappointed.
Nah, it does seem like Putin is trying to take over all of Ukraine. And the reason why is, one, because his economy is suffering and Ukraine might be the only way out. Two, I mean, the oligarchs are kind of down his neck. I mean, if he pulls out of this with no real reward or no real substantial gain, then, I mean, he could be potentially overthrown. I mean, we might be looking at a regime change in Russia instead of Iran. So, I'll keep y'all posted on that one.
No, it's not. I'm just saying, I don't think he's looking to stop. And that's too bad.
Among the smoldering remains of civilian worlds terrorized, Ukraine's foreign minister claimed fragments of a Goran 2 combat drone were found, made in China. The growing global footprint of a war where Kiev's daylight is darkened still by the smoke of the night before, and where the damage done is measured in intimate personal loss. Hear what that feels like for those whose broken homes lie in pieces around them.
Сьогоднішня атака – це сама страшніша для нас атака за ці 3,5 роки, скільки взагалі
years
вже
this
ця
war
війна.
has been going
Не
on.
пишуть друге, пишуть
There's
взагалі,
no
що він
info
пустить по 700, по 800 шахедів. Ви вибачте, але не ми, не наше ППО, воно просто не витримує.
Ну, сьогодні це все. Дрони летіли, ви знаєте, не наче рой бджіл випустили.
So pretty much they're describing how the drones are flying around like a swarm of bees, pretty much bombing everywhere in sight. And I mean, I don't know why this man's over here hiding his face. What you hiding your face for? But anyway, though, besides that, yeah, they're pretty much explaining how these Russian drones are going around bombing everything in sight. And let's be real, I've been said that there is no way Ukraine can stand up to Russia. No matter how much money we throw to them, they have a personnel problem. They're outnumbered 10 to 1. So no matter how much money we give them, unless we are giving them bionic suits from the future, they're not winning this.
І вони оце летять. Це таке жахіття було, це дуже велике жахіття. Хай те всі американці знають, як ми тут живемо, мучимося.
Це дуже страшно. Коли люди залишаються без нічого, це дуже страшно. Але ж маленькі дітки, оце зараз...
My bad, guys. But shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT. He says, U.S. Kool-Aid supporters are amazing. Cry more. I mean, no, for real. And shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate y'all. And yes, I went ahead and opened up the call-in link. Go ahead to my post tab. It's between the playlist and the membership on my main page. Click that. And if you are somebody who is a member or have donated at least $1 more to the stream, you can go ahead and hop in the call-in line. Appreciate the support, guys.
Нема ні газу, нема, допустим, ні світла. Ми на Америку практично вже ніякої надії не маємо. Це у нас тільки є надія на наших.
Damn.
Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, London.
President Trump says the United States is considering Ukraine's request for more Patriot missile defense systems. That comes after what Mr. Trump says was a very good phone call on Friday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
We had a good call. We talked about different things, and we had a very good call. I think a very strategic call. We've been helping them, and we'll continue to help them. It's a pretty tough situation. We'll see what happens.
The two spoke just hours after Russia launched a record number of attack drones at Ukraine, and a day after Trump said he did not make any progress towards a ceasefire during his phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Nope,
joining me now to discuss, CNN military analyst.
And as you see, yeah, not at all. So as things go in Ukraine, things get hotter for Putin, it does seem like the conflict is going to get more drawn out unless Putin gets a complete surrender. And let's be real, I mean, we're not going to pretty much make Zelensky do a complete surrender, even though we should, but it is what it is.
Israeli Prime Minister rejecting
if you want to save his own people's lives, I mean, he probably should.
Changes Hamas has requested to the latest ceasefire proposal. This after a positive response by the militant group to the mediators. Despite the back and forth, talks are still set to continue just days after President Donald Trump said Israel had agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize a 60-day ceasefire.
There could be a Gaza deal next week. Yeah.
Benjamin Netanyahu embarking on his third trip to Washington this year. Among the likely sticking points, the fate of the controversial aid distribution agency, GHF, backed by both the U.S. and Israel. Today, it said that 2 of its American security workers had been wounded by a grenade. The assailants, it said, were Hamas. Asked by NBC News how it came to that conclusion, given the presence of other armed militants, GHF said the assessment was based on local intelligence that a Hamas attack was imminent. For the
Yeah, but it's the problem with believing Israel. It's like until these guys let international reporters in to, pretty much verify their story, I'm not believing them. I'm not believing anything that comes out of the IDF's mouth, that come out of Israel's mouth when it comes to the Palestinian people. Because let's be real, the only reason they're able to do this is because they control that area. The reason why they haven't done this in Syria or Lebanon is because they don't control those areas. And if they was to try to pull the same bullshit they're doing to the Palestinians, international reporters would be led into Syria and Lebanon if Israel was to try to do the same thing to them, which they honestly could. I mean, they'd have quite the powerful military force to do so, But the reason they're able to do it to the Palestinians is because they're able to keep media out and pretty much frame the story to however they like.
Millions in Gaza. The days are spent waiting for food with no guarantee they'll leave the site alive. Health officials here say hundreds have been killed while trying to get aid. 45 miles north of Gaza might as well be another world. In Tel Aviv, a message from many Israelis.
So far, it's been proven that only President Trump is capable of making things move in a serious way.
They have more faith in the U.S. president than they do their own prime minister. Danielle Hammad.
Well, because Benjamin Netanyahu is part of the Likud party, an extreme right-wing party that do believe in the ethnic cleansing and the prophecy of greater Israel. So they believe in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. They've said it out loud. And then they also believed in the prophecy of greater Israel and how they should be able to take the land, which they have. They took the Golan Heights in Syria. They took a little bit of Lebanon. They tried to take parts of Egypt. So, yeah, Israel has quite the dominating history. I'll tell you that. But let's go over to AP's news on what's going on with the aid distribution. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Testimonies and videos obtained by the Associated Press show American contractors guarding aid distribution sites inside Gaza are using live ammunition and stun grenades as hungry Palestinians scramble for food. 2 U.S. contractors who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity because they were revealing their employer's internal operations said they were coming out because they were disturbed by what they saw as dangerous and irresponsible practices. Both have extensive military experience. They say the security staff on site were often unqualified, unvetted, and had an open license to do whatever they wished. Their testimonies, combined with videos, text messages, and internal reports seen by the AP, provide a rare glimpse into the workings of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the new American organization backed by Israel to provide food to the Gaza Strip's population. Journalists have been unable to access the sites, which are located in Israeli military-controlled zones. Since the GHF sites began operating about a month ago, Palestinians say Israeli troops fired nearly every day toward crowds on roads heading to the distribution points through Israeli military zones. Several hundred people have been killed and hundreds more wounded, according to Gaza's health ministry and witnesses.
Yep. And what's even scarier enough, now, I'm afraid to show this clip, but there's been a clip circling around the internet of IDF soldiers pretty much gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. I mean, yes, it is on video. I have the video. It's blurred out, but I can still show you it. And I always do say, now at this point, hey, I better not hear no person who support what the IDF is doing ever talk about Donald Trump being a rapist, since you support gang rapists. So you might want to check yourself right there.
Military has repeatedly said it's fired.
I don't even want y'all talking about Muslims and their history of rape, since you guys support gang rapists.
Only warning shots, denies deliberately firing towards civilians, and says it's looking into reports of civilian harm. AP's reporting reveals what's actually happening on the sites themselves. The 2 contractors say their colleagues regularly used bullets, stun grenades, and pepper spray on the sites. Videos that one contractor took during the first 2 weeks of distributions appear to back up the frenetic scenes they described. In some videos he filmed, men in gray uniforms, which he identified as his colleagues.
And I do think the most blindsided perspective is right now is that, well, guys, Hamas did do October 7th, which was an egregious attack. Now, let's talk about proportional response. 1,200 to 1,500 Israelis died that day. There's about maybe 30 to 50,000 Palestinian people that died and over 100K that are missing. Is that a proportional response? Can we honestly say that both sides right now, as of right now, are committing atrocities? Because Hamas ain't did shit to Israel since, to be quite honest with you. Hamas has been beaten down. Israel is just continuously beating down on them and taking out civilians with them under the guidelines that Hamas are hiding behind civilians. And then I would ask you to go look at Gaza right now and tell me, I mean, what the fuck do they have to hide behind? Because every building has been bombed and leveled. What are they hiding behind at this point? What are they taking them out to the streets in a line? Like, please show me. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Can be seen dispensing tear gas and throwing stun grenades that land amid the crowd. The sound of gunfire can be heard. They can later be seen trying to clear Palestinians squeezed into a narrow fenced-in passage leading to one of the centers. One photo shared by the contractor shows a woman lying in a donkey cart after he says she was hit in the head with part of a stun grenade.
But like said, they're Hamas. This lady here, Hamas, dead son, Hamas. Everybody saying in the line, they're all Hamas. They all deserve this set, even though they ain't got nothing to do with Hamas, or they don't even share the ideology of them. But that's how we make ourselves feel better about the slaughter of them.
Another photo shows a Palestinian crying after the contractor says he was tear gassed in the face. To confirm the footage is from the sites, the AP geolocated the videos using aerial imagery. The AP also had the videos analyzed by 2 audio forensic experts who say they could identify live ammunition, including machine gunfire, coming from the sites, in most cases within 50 to 60 meters of the camera's microphone. In another video, what appear to be heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby.
I got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. I brought him in and talked to him. Let's do a show first. I told him to hold there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
At that moment, bursts of gunfire erupt close by, at least 15 shots.
And I gotta let y'all remember this. Now, for those who say they all love Hamas, I'm gonna be honest, you guys are idiots. And I'm gonna tell you why you're idiots, because Hamas was voted into power, right? Which means that there was another party to be voted for, which means that not everybody agrees with Hamas does. That's like pretty much saying that, oh, well, let's say there were aliens trying to exterminate every Trump supporter, right? Now, because majority of America, 50% of Americans voted for Donald Trump, these aliens are now going to take out every American because, well, you know, America voted for Donald Trump, so we just take out every American. Like, do you see how dumb that sounds? Do you see how, like, genocidal you sound? Just on that alone. So, like, when you guys sit there and come up with that dumb statement, pretty much saying that, oh, well, they all voted for Hamas. No, they didn't. And if you actually knew what was going on, Hamas is a governing party. So that means there's another option, and there are plenty of people in Palestine who didn't vote for this. And then if you want to include the innocent, children in Palestine who are being put on the rubble over what Hamas did, and you want to claim that that's Hamas' fault too, or they're Hamas as well, then you're a real idiot, and you're just doing anything in your power to make it feel okay for bombing innocent women and children. I mean, whatever you got to do to make yourself sleep at night, my man, whatever you got to do.
The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were departing. He had a clear line of sight to both shooters. He says they shot toward the exit to the site, where he could see Palestinians leaving the center some 80 meters away. He says the men shot from atop a tower above the site and from atop the mound. The shooting began because contractors wanted to disperse the crowd, he says, but it was unclear why they continued to shoot as people were walking away. The camera does not show who was shooting or what was being shot at, but the contractor who filmed the video says he watched another contractor fire at the Palestinians and then saw a man about 55 meters away in the same direction that the bullets were fired drop to the ground. The AP cannot independently verify this account.
Man, you want to know what the worst part about this whole Hamas thing? You know that Benjamin Netanyahu actually funded Hamas $1 billion in U.S. money? I mean, no, go look it up. $1 billion funded by Benjamin Netanyahu, but like we're going to act like that had nothing to do with them gaining the capability to commit October 7th. But we're just going to pretend like, that has nothing to do with it.
Both contractors say they were armed with pistols, automatic rifles, and some had machine guns. Audio analysis of another video taken at night indicated that machine gun.
And you know what, guys? Have y'all even watched the BB files? Now, I'm going to go ahead and move on from this video because trust me, guys, I know a lot of guys who are support Israel can't really handle it. But, I mean, have y'all even watched the BB files and how Israeli media pretty much exposed this man as a corrupt politician, as a corrupt prime minister? Like, as somebody who's a part of an extreme right-wing party? Have you even watched that? Like, Israel's snitching on themselves. You know that, right? So you guys are defending what the Israelis ain't even defending themselves. Like, think about that, guy. Think about how like crazy you got to be to defend a country, to defend what the IDF is doing, but not even Israelis are defending what the IDF is doing, but you guys are. Wild, man. All right, guys. Let's just keep it going.
Terry says it's not deployed at these aid sites. In response to our reporting, SRS, the company that handles the operations logistics, acknowledged that it's dealing with large, hungry populations, but said the environment is secure, controlled, and ensures people can get the aid they need safely. SRS says to date there have been no serious injuries on the sites. It says that security professionals had fired live rounds into the ground away from civilians a few times in the early days of the operation as crowd control measures. The GHF says its team is composed of experienced professionals and warned that there were people with a vested interest in seeing GHF fail. UG Solutions, the security company that hired the contractors, said it has an extensive recruiting and training process, including a detailed application process, screening by experts, reference checks, background checks, and weapons proficiency. But the contractors who spoke to the AP painted an entirely different reality. One warned the current GHF system could result in more Palestinian lives being.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will. But let's go ahead and move on to the funnier side of things. And let's go ahead and get my man Monty up here, man. Shout out Monty. How you doing, dog?
Aloha. I hope you and your family are doing all right, by the way.
Hey, man. Oh, man, I truly appreciate that, brother. Truly do. But let's go ahead and get on to the more funnier things. Like, let's get into lefties losing it, and then we'll get back into more serious topics.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and we've got some weapon-grade Trump derangement syndrome antics coming up for you. But let's start in the UK, where saying just about anything against the leftist orthodoxy will see the police at your door. It may get you charged. They're jailing people for spicy, inflammatory tweets. Lucy Connolly is serving 31 months for a couple of anti-immigration posts. That's longer than some grooming gang members have received as far as prison terms. Talk about a two-tier justice system, which all brings me to Glastonbury and the orgy of hate and hysteria celebrated by a massive crowd of lefty simpletons. Here is some rapper and anti-British, anti-West Islamist supporting miscreant, part of a duo called Bob Villain. And watch as this rapper mocks Brits who want their country back.
Heard you want your country back. Shut the up. Heard you want your country back. You can't have that. The only place I know, stolen right under my nose. My ignorant scum, trying to lay claim to a land that ain't theirs.
And watch the crowd, a sea of pasty white, self-loading Brits cheering against their own country.
Heard you want your country back. You can't have that. Heard you want your country back. Shut the up.
And that same idiot crowd were happy to join in with that genocidal chants about killing Israelis and ending the only Jewish state.
Free, free. Free, free. Alright, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF. Death, death to the IDF. Death, death to the IDF. Oh shit! Death, death to the IDF. Death, death to the IDF.
You know what's crazy? This guy tried to come back around and try to say, oh, no, he meant to dismantle the IDF. I'm like, he could have said that. He could have spoke for himself.
It's like the same people that say 8647 doesn't mean kill the president.
Exactly. It's kind of just like, all right, bro, you saying death to the IDF. Like, let's be real. You are pretty much saying you want the death of those soldiers. I'm not even going that far. I want these guys just to stay within the lines of the war, stay within the lines of, war laws or the laws of war.
That's why I don't agree with everything you say. Like I agree with the points that you're making, like see it from Palestine's perspective. But the same thing could be said on the flip side. You see it from Israel's perspective. This is what they're facing from every country that's surrounding them. Death to Israel, death to the IDF.
Mm-hmm.
So, just the same as, genocide's not good. against the Palestinians, they're advocating for genocide against the Israelis.
I mean, hey, then that's the truth. And I would say this though, because you say the Palestinians are advocating it, or these
No,
guys?
the people, if people like this, like if they
Yeah.
had it their way, that would be the case. And people like that, when you inflame a situation so much, and then you give people the means to carry out these things, i.e., giving Iran a shit ton of money, giving anti-Israel, again, Israel doesn't need to be committing genocide, but you don't stop a genocide by committing a genocide.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right about that. I'll tell you that. You're definitely right about that. And I do hear your point on like seeing it from the Israeli perspective, and I do. The only thing is about the Israeli perspective that kind of like throws me off is just
They're the
that,
ones oppressing right now.
yeah, they're the ones oppressing right now. And there's Israelis that aren't okay with this. And this is carried out by the
Exactly.
government who's controlling the army.
Yeah, exactly. It's not but the people that are chanting this would be wholly happy if Israel just, that nuisance
vanished off the map.
Exactly.
Which is wild, by the way. That's the thing. We don't want that, but we just want justice for the Palestinians or the people in Gaza. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I think in 5-10 years we're gonna start having war trials for the people that are doing this.
Yeah,
justice will be given to the wrong that was done. Justice is not wipe Israel off the map.
Yeah, that is a fact. I mean, justice is for bringing Bibi into court for his crimes, and there you go. And that's it. It doesn't have anything to do with exterminating like Israel.
Hell yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be, will be, inshallah.
And here are more privileged, almost uniformly white lefty misfits who have paid a lot of money to be a part of whatever this is.
And in our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. Assalamu alaikum, Gaza. We love you.
And
You know what that sounds like?
Bad enough, the crap.
What up?
That sounds like the tapes Osama bin Laden was putting out to radicalize Al Qaeda. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, actually, I do. Oh, shit. Man, that's what I'm saying though. And these guys, this pro-Palestine group, is like they do no justice for the Palestine people because their rhetoric is too extreme. Like people in Palestine will say they want a two-state solution, but the protesters for Palestine said they want the extermination of Israel. And it's just
from the river to the sea.
Yeah,
that's geographically, look at it, from the river to the sea. That's Israel.
And here's the worst part about it. And I do believe like people on the right wing, they literally take the pro-Palestinian words of the protesters and take them for the words of the people of Palestine. Like,
yeah,
let's be honest here.
And that's the crazy thing about liberals. They'll go and they'll argue against a group, or they think they're arguing for a group, and take it 15 steps to the 15th power extreme. And it like think of any quote unquote marginalized group just in America, and look how liberals speak for that group.
I mean, facts. Or they just feel like they're just the champion of them and all that good stuff when they're damn near speaking against these people and what they actually want. Because if liberals actually cared about the Palestinians instead of just trying to go against the right, they would honestly just be like, yo, yeah, we need to get a two-state solution between these two. No river to the sea, nothing. We just need a two-state solution and let it be that.
Yeah.
Were treated to far-left loon and former Labor Party leader Jeremy Corbyn banging on about Donald Trump and building bridges, not walls. But isn't there a massive wall, a massive fence around the music festival to ensure only those with a valid ticket are allowed to enter to hear crap like this?
If you can see that far, look on the wall right over there that surrounds this wonderful festival. And there's a message on that wall for President Donald Trump. And you know what it says? Build bridges, not walls.
Then open your festival up for anybody to see it.
No, please.
But they built a wall around the festival. They didn't build a bridge to allow anybody who wants to come. They built a fence to keep people out. Now, here is aging DJ Slim Shady serving up dangerous levels of cringe. The bald little eunuch had a big screen featuring Donald Trump, and he and his sad little audience were giving the president the finger.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know if the Trump administration can recover from this.
All right, guys, let's go on to the policy breakdown of our man Zohan Mandani. Because I like the video this guy did because it called out the stupidity of pretty much everything this man was saying.
This is Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist Assemblyman from New York's 36th District and the next mayor of New York City. During his campaign, Mamdani revealed his plan to help New Yorkers with the price of groceries.
Grocery prices are out of control. The cost of eggs and milk has skyrocketed. Some stores are even using dynamic pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day depending on what they can get away with. It doesn't need to be this way.
So just a quick fact check. As mayor, Zohran Mamdani isn't going to be able to control this so-called dynamic pricing, i.e. basic supply and demand. But let's continue.
I'm Zohran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. It's like a public option for produce.
So longer wait times and reduced choice. Sounds fantastic.
He's going to turn Walmart into the DMV.
Like, pretty much. It's like, bro. And the funny thing is, bro, I think Benny, I'm going to show the video, but Benny actually went to, what was it, Benny Johns. He actually went to Cuba, and he actually went into one of these, city ran or country ran grocery stores, or government ran grocery stores.
Yeah.
Bro, it looked terrible. It was all like two options, two companies you could choose from, and everything is kind of like, spoiled a little bit, or maybe a couple weeks from being spoiled. Long line, people rush it. People don't even wait in the line. They just go in there and rush it. It's just terrible.
I got a conversation after all this is done. I want to engage with you with it.
All right, gotcha.
Funds from corporate supermarkets to city-owned grocery stores.
Wait, New York City is giving city funds to corporate grocery stores? I'm not so sure.
These stores will operate without a profit motive or having to pay property taxes or rent, and will pass on those savings to you. They'll partner with small businesses and nearby farms and sell at wholesale prices.
So New York City is going to buy at wholesale prices and sell at wholesale prices, because magic or something.
City-run grocery stores, I've proposed a pilot program of one store in each borough. These are 5 stores in total. The total cost of this is $60 million.
So each store is going to cost $12 million in taxpayer dollars, also that New Yorkers can wait in a Soviet Union-style line for hours just to save 15 cents on an avocado. And sorry, limit one per customer.
The cost of this is $60 million to set up one store in each borough. So that's 5 stores as the pilot program. Now, that should be compared to the city's existing program called City Fresh, where they're set to spend $140 million subsidizing corporate grocery stores.
Okay, so the program he is referring to is not called City Fresh. It's simply called Fresh, which stands for Food Retail Expansion to Support Health. He's seemingly confusing the name with the grocery store chain named City Fresh Market. He's going to be a great mayor. But Mamdani is also confused about what the Fresh program is and what it does. According to nyc.gov, it provides zoning and financial incentives for the establishment and retention of grocery stores in underserved communities. And according to New York City's Economic Development Corporation, those financial incentives aren't cash incentives, they're tax breaks, which include reducing building and land taxes for up to 25 years, waived city and sales tax on material used for construction and renovations, and a tax reduction on mortgages. And yet Mamdani claims that the city is giving away $140 million to grocery stores.
No, they're giving 140 million to support grocery stores and to give them healthier options. So where do you get that from?
And here's the thing, Seth. They're not giving them money. They're just not taking it from them. Taxation is theft. They're not stealing from them.
And
they're calling that's like giving you a shit sandwich and saying it's delicious. Here you go.
Municipal grocery
There's
stores
bread
are
in
proposed
it.
a pilot, one in each borough. That's 5 in total, at a total cost of $60 million, less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets at a cost of $140 million.
Again, the city isn't spending anything. So where's he getting this number? Well, on NYC's Economic Development Corporation website, there's a claim that $140 million is the amount of money that's been invested into the city's economy through the Fresh program. So for clarity, that's $140 million in private investment, not money granted by the city to grocery store owners.
$60 million, less than half of what the city's already set to spend.
So Mayor Zoran thinks that
can I break this down real quick?
Go ahead, man, please.
So I guess they don't teach math wherever he came from, because that creates, if you're going to assume that it's $140 million that costs to run that program when it doesn't actually cost that. And then it's $60 million to start doing it at cheaper rates. What you're really saying, because he said he's not going to tax them, he's not going to do any of that stuff either. So that $140 million cost that he's calling it is still there, plus $60 million in subsidies to offset the cost of it and to buy in bulk and to do all that. So it's really a $200 million cost to the city.
Damn.
You don't subtract it. It's not going in half, because that $140 million to even have the program is a starting cost.
So he just completely misread this whole situation.
That's liberals for you. They don't know how to add or subtract. That's why they're good at art.
Liberal arts.
$140 million is a line item on an annual budget that's just sitting around waiting to be spent, when in reality, it's the amount of money that's been invested since the Fresh program was launched in 2009.
These are 5 grocery stores that would cost $60 million in a city budget of more than $113 billion.
Guys, it's only $60 million. Who cares? It's just money.
Wow.
It costs less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices, any guarantee of collective bargaining agreements, or that they accept SNAP or WIC.
First of all, every supermarket in New York City accepts SNAP and or WIC, unless it's like a Trader Joe's or an Aldi, which don't carry WIC-approved items. Adami is trying to justify his plan by fear-mongering. We give them millions of dollars, and they might not take your food stamps. Second, he's crapping on businesses that don't have unions. But what else would you expect from a democratic socialist?
And ultimately, the reason that...
So it's going to cost $60 million for 5 grocery stores. That's about $12 million a store. Is that a one-time cost? I don't think so, because how are you going to pay these people with your prevailing wage and your collective bargaining agreements? That labor is the most expensive aspect of any business. Any business owner can tell you that. So where is he going to get all this money? It's going to be $60 million just in subsidies to make the food quote unquote cheaper. Which, if you're running 5 stores in a city of 20 million people?
Well, his idea: raise taxes.
Raise taxes, yeah. So it's not going to be $60 million like he's just floating it around. It is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars, if not in the billions of dollars. Like,
and then if we don't put in that money, it's just going to get run down, just like the whole rent.
It's going to turn into Venezuela, yeah. And that's. Again, it doesn't work. That's why it doesn't work, because it's a money pit. And now you've put a wave in the market. Now the tax revenue is going to go down, because profits are going to go down, because people are going to stop shopping at other stores. It's a spiraling effect.
Exactly. And they don't see that. They just see, ooh, look, cheap and free stuff. And it's like,
you don't
yeah.
think everybody's going to go shop where it's free?
Yeah, exactly. I say the same thing with the free buses. I'm like, well, unless you're giving vouchers for the current buses or the ride shares, you're kind of going to destroy the economy or the ride share economy.
Yeah, you're going to completely destroy it because now the options are pay money to do it or get it for free. So either it's going to be overrun, and if you're a fair socialist like he claims to be, you're not going to let it get overrun. You're going to keep putting money into it until everybody can get it, thus destroying the economy for anybody that pays for it. So your work is now worthless.
It just don't make sense.
If
It's actually,
someone can
scary?
explain it to me, I'd be more than happy to listen. Trust me, I don't think that I'm not this evil person that thinks that, oh, you should have to fucking work to the bone until you die. No, it just does not make sense. We have a value-based economy. When you don't put value in, you don't get value out.
And that's just the fact of the matter. But like I said, hey man, like I said, socialism sounds good, and then when you get it, it looks good until like 5-10 years down the line when everything's run down and there isn't enough money for anything.
And he won't be the mayor.
Oh yeah.
He won't be the mayor then, so they'll just blame it on whatever person comes in after him.
Yeah, I mean, no, to wait to a Republican to get elected and blame it all on him.
Yeah.
Democratic socialist.
And ultimately, the reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas. We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting.
But he's not telling you the entire story. First, let's look at the example of the municipal-owned grocery store in Kansas.
The city has finalized the purchase of Stubbs Market, the only general grocery store in Erie. The former owners of Stubbs retired and couldn't find a buyer, so the city stepped in to prevent Erie from becoming a food desert.
3 years and 9 months later.
A city-owned grocery store in Erie, Kansas is going to be operated by a new company after years of struggles.
Years of struggle, you say?
The city of Erie is leasing the Erie Market to River Grocery LLC. The city purchased the store in 2020 with hopes of keeping a local grocery store in the area.
What?
But according to city staff, owning the store is difficult and costly for the city.
The reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas.
We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting.
So here's some background. Back in 2023, the city of Chicago announced a feasibility study regarding opening a city-owned grocery store and commissioned the Economic Security Project, a progressive nonprofit, to run that study. So we already knew what the end result was going to be.
I look at the feasibility study in Chicago, which found that we could do this in an urban setting.
But according to the Chicago Tribune, as of January 2025, the city of Chicago has not released the feasibility study, despite previously saying that it would. In other words, Mamdani hasn't personally seen this feasibility study because it hasn't been released to the public. Mamdani is basing his opinion off of a Chicago Tribune article that touts portions of the study's findings, but is very sparse on detail. But it did reveal the following. The study recommends that the city pursue some version of a municipal-owned store or stores and finds such stores could even turn a profit. It also suggests the city not attempt to operate a supermarket itself, but rather partner with a for-profit operator, a nonprofit operator, or a co-op.
AKA, he read the headline, he read the study, but he didn't really look into it.
Jesus Christ.
Like,
I'm,
oh my God.
I'm telling you, Set, like communism's tried. Communism doesn't work. It wasn't communist enough. Sorry, I stole whoever's in chat.
Yeah, it wasn't communist enough is hilarious. It's like we didn't go as hard. That's why it didn't work, guys.
What that last step is enslaving the people. When you own the means of production, no one, it becomes obsolete. Like money becomes obsolete.
Mm.
And by owning the means of production, what you mean is slavery. You have no free will. You will go work for this city-run grocery store, or you won't eat.
Whew. That is
In other words, he's overselling the study, which, again, he hasn't read. And that study is not quite recommending what Mamdani is pitching. Regardless, if it was so feasible and urgent, then explain why the city of Chicago is backing off the plan to open city-owned grocery stores and instead is moving towards the idea.
And to be honest, Chicago would be a good case study for New York. I mean, it's a rich city, highly liberal, got a lot of high income earners, not as much as New York, but it's like your closest replica you can get, you know, and it got high crime too. So damn near the reflection of it. And if it can't work there, what makes you think it's going to work in New York City?
So my solution, if y'all really want communism, or it's not communism, socialism, if you really want socialism, you need to fucking lay into AI, you need to lay into robotics, you need to make it so that the means of production is not done by a human. That's how you get a world in which everybody can live and not be oppressed. You have sustainable abundance. You have robots that do your job for you, or
Don't
whatever.
leave it to the tech oligarchs, or we're all screwed.
Yeah, like it does not work when Monty gets to tell S.E.T, you're gonna work or you're not gonna eat. Like that, no world works like that.
I mean, but that's how they kind of
Eventually, Russia's going to give S.E.T an AK-47 to shoot Monty with. That's how the world's working. That's how the world's been working under communism.
Yeah, I know. Once the leader oppresses so much, all it takes is this one rebellion group to be like, you know what? Here's an AK-47, and now things get crazy.
Of a city-owned public market.
From my understanding, it seems like Chicago just recently decided not to go with the city-run grocery store and maybe do like a public market sort of a thing instead. And then the Kansas store, it required, it seems from my understanding, a lot of volunteer work, donations to sort of get it going.
You know, what we are seeing in our city is an incomparable capacity to deliver on this kind of a promise.
But using inspirational language.
He did it. He just said it. It's not socialist enough. He did it.
He's like, we just need to turn it up. That's all we need to do, guys. Everything will get better.
It's not comparable because it's not the same size. We got to go harder. We got to steal more money from the people that work in our society.
Shout out to my man. Oh, hold on. Shout out to my man James Foley says he said my bad. New York will be the next Cuba. Ah, shit. And shout out to our man Daniel Castro. Google the study just to see if it skews headlines. I mean, yeah, probably should. Shout out to our man Daniel Castro and James Foley. Appreciate the support, guys.
Can't hide the fact that city-owned basically means taxpayer-funded. The fact is, we've seen this movie before. Megan McArdle of the Washington Post writes, "It seems bizarre in the year of our Lord 2025 to be debating whether the government should run the grocery stores. History has thoughtfully answered this question with multiple experiments, from the old Soviet Union
to no, to hell no, to F no." But all right, now let's get into Trump yanking birthright citizenships with Steven Crowder. Because I know that's also, yep, bye-bye. You get nothing. Even if you want to come here and try to have a baby on U.S. soil, nope, don't count. Unless one of the parents is a U.S. citizen.
The Supreme Court has not officially ruled on the 14th Amendment. They've just ruled on the injunctions. So them ruling on the injunction shows a favorable stance on it.
Actually, what I've also heard is that some states can also get prepared for it.
Yeah.
I think that's what's also scary as well. Like, well, they're like, hey, you guys may not think it passed, but I mean, some states are preparing for it to pass.
Yeah.
Trump is actively revoking the legal immigration status from huge swaths of formerly legal immigrants.
The Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S. citizenship.
Denaturalizing people, sending them to jails in El Salvador.
If you were one of like the 9 people watching CNN or ABC, NBC, CBS and believing it, you would believe that right now Donald Trump is rounding up naturalized American citizens and just as a goof, deporting them to a country where they've never been when they're paying their taxes here and, my God, just seeking a better life.
Oh, man.
You wouldn't know that serial lying child pornographers and criminals are losing the privilege of committing crimes and child pornography here stateside. Now,
that's so
we move on
horrible.
to the next lie.
Man.
That President Trump now, he's not going after violent criminals. Mr. Holman lied on this show. He's not going after drug dealers. He's not going after traffickers. He's not even going after people who are here illegally. Now, President Trump is actually going after native-born American citizens. He's denaturalizing them and sending them away, even though they are already rightfully Americans. That brings us to another installment of Claim Truth. And by the way, the best way to follow us, because this is the kind of stuff that'll just get throttled on YouTube, download the Rumble app. Follow me there. We're live weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern, but you also get notified. Bell or subscription box works or doesn't depend. Claim that they are making. All references available, link in the description, that President Trump is now flippantly and maliciously stripping citizenship from already American citizens.
More and more of the people Trump is arresting and slating for deportation are people whose only crime is lacking legal immigration status. All while Trump is actively revoking the legal immigration status.
Hold on. Their only crime is lacking legal immigration status.
That's still a crime.
I swear to God, it's like they don't hear themselves sometimes. It's like
The only thing they did was steal from other Americans.
Oh man, that's the only thing they did was steal the opportunity away from the immigrants who tried to do it the right way. That's all, guys.
Oh man, ignore the people that have been waiting for 6 years to become American citizens. Ignore the people that, say the oath of allegiance to America when they become American citizens. Ignore those people. Ignore the people that stood on Ellis Island and, did it the right way.
And let's
Just
favor
ignore
the
all that.
people. And let's favor the people who came over here illegally and now want to call it stolen land. Like, yeah.
You want to fight about it? We can run it back.
Like, why not? Shoot. We tell Mexico right now, look, man, we got some of y'all people who says they want to run it back. Why not? But if we win this time, we taking all of Mexico.
From huge swaths of formerly legal immigrants.
I think we will continue to see the largest de-documentation of
they're not documented to begin with.
Families who came here through legal pathways.
Deduct them from the country.
In U.S. history.
So much of Donald Trump's rhetoric around immigration has pretended as though it focuses only on undocumented folks. You now have NPR reporting that the Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S.
We'll
citizenship.
get to the article.
Department leadership is directing its attorneys to prioritize denaturalization in cases involving naturalized citizens who commit certain crimes.
Yeah.
What are the guardrails here?
And
you just said
crimes.
it's a little loosey goosey. This is
Can we pause? Can we pause and look up? Actually look this up because because all we're hearing is the spin that they're putting on it. I want people to actually see what these certain crimes are that are being targeted. The actual anecdotes of what's actually happening.
All right, so you want me to look up the actual crimes these guys are committing?
Yeah, like look up just a couple of examples of what they're talking about. An immigrant citizen being denaturalized for a crime. What crimes are they talking about? Because so help me God, if it's rape, murder, and burglary, I'm gonna blow a gasket.
Okay. So we're talking about people being denaturalized for certain crimes that they committed.
Yeah, I don't know that it's happening. I haven't been following it hard enough because I honestly trust the president. So
I don't know. Let's ask chat.
Let's check him on it.
All right, shoot.
Let's play the devil's advocate.
All right, yeah. Let's ask chat. I'm gonna ask her. Well, what were the causes of some people's denaturalization or denaturalizing?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, chat, can you look up cases of people being denaturalized and what were the crimes for what they were denaturalized under?
Denaturalization usually happens when someone is found to have committed serious offenses or lied during the naturalization process. For example, there was a recent case of someone who was denaturalized because they had concealed offenses related to child sexual abuse material. In a case, an individual was denaturalized for fundraising for terrorist organizations. So it really comes down to serious crimes or significant fraud during the naturalization process.
Can you tell me more about the child pornography case?
So in the case of Elliot Duke, the U.S. Department of Justice filed a complaint earlier in 2025 to revoke his citizenship because he had concealed a prior conviction related to child pornography when he went through the naturalization process. The federal judge granted the denaturalization in June 2025. This kind of case shows how the government uses denaturalization to maintain the integrity of the naturalization process, especially when it comes to serious offenses.
Was that a crime he committed in this country or another?
It's another. He lied on his naturalization paperwork.
Gotcha.
It turns out that Elliot Duke committed the crime in Germany while he was serving in the US Army. He started receiving and distributing child sexual abuse material there around 2012. So that was something he had not disclosed during his naturalization process, which led to his denaturalization.
So the precursor for naturalization is a large, extensive background check that can sometimes take years. It's almost like a top secret security clearance. It's the same process. It's not as in depth, but they will grant you naturalization, say so it doesn't take longer. The same way you can get a TSCI, immediately. But if they go back and while they're investigating, they determine, oh, you've trafficked children or produced child pornography and distributed it, they can go back and take it back, which is what it sounds like happened in this case.
All right, then. Well, hey, at least we got examples here. And shout out, chat. If you have any questions with ChatGPT, just send in $2 and up, and I'll be happy to ask ChatGPT that question. All right, let's keep it going.
It's not a good thing to be losing.
Enough about your snitch.
Denaturalizing people, sending them to jails in El Salvador.
What's wrong with El Salvador? I thought it was a perfectly good, nice country.
Yeah, all cultures are equal.
What's wrong with it?
I hear there's an opening at Alligator Alcatraz. So here's the truth. President Trump, this administration, they are denaturalizing people who got their citizenship through fraud or people who are terrorists or war criminals. To be clear,
that's so bad,
crimes.
Right?
Yeah,
we want
certain crimes like terrorism, like
minor,
like war crimes, like lying to get these papers in the first place. Right. He's basically seeking to enforce the contract as any other contract would be enforced if you commit fraud. So let me read the directives here. It's really clear from the DOJ. They will be ensuring that those who unlawfully procured citizenship, including those who obtained it through fraud or concealment of material information, do not maintain the best.
So yeah, guys, those are just being denaturalized, guys, it can happen.
And it's a mechanism which happens a lot, actually. And those are all nice boy words, fraud, material misrepresentation. Those are politically correct words for what they're actually doing. They're lying about having extensive criminal histories or heinous criminal histories or fraud against the U.S. Like all of this, you can get your Social Security taken away if you deal drugs. It's like the American citizens have to follow these same rules. It's a little bit different consequences because you are a U.S. citizenship. You have U.S. citizenship and you're born here, but. Yeah, no, he's not just rounding up people and saying, oh, rip that right off your chest. Your little American citizen patch and just rip it off and throw you out. No, these people were found Trump cannot possibly be going door to door himself and be like, oh, yep, you're not a citizen anymore. No, that's not what's happening. The court systems are running their course. They're getting, what's the word, Set? Due process?
Ooh.
And they're getting kicked out.
I mean, hey, yeah, due process, investigation.
You do not have a right to this country. It is a privilege to be let into this country if you're not an American citizen.
You definitely don't have a right to it, especially if you lied about it or you came here under fraudulent paperwork.
Benefits of the unlawful procurement, meaning if you lied to get these papers, if you lied to get some form of citizenship, and specifically if you lied about information that would have rendered you ineligible for this benefit, for this privilege. Yes. Oh, okay. We're just going to treat you like the person you are had you not lied, had we known? Do you have an active warrant out for your arrest? Have you committed crimes? No. Turns out, yes. So the contract is null and void. Also includes people like war criminals, terrorists, human traffickers, but we know how
Hold on, Seth.
how big on the human.
So I want to address this genius visa that they're calling it. Is that not for just exceptional performance in your field? Like you can be an athlete if you're a prominent model. Like if you're doing something that
Genius visa. I thought it was like the O1 visa. Like I like to call it the outstanding one visa, where you come in.
Yeah,
if you're
well,
an
it has
person.
a couple of different names to it, but I don't know the actual classification of all the different visas. But I've been hearing it thrown around. Oh, she wasn't a genius. Like she was at
Melania Trump.
Melania, yeah.
Oh no, she was actually she was, and I mean, not a genius by intelligence, but a genius in looks.
It's considered the genius visa because it's exceptional work in your field. The field could be anything. I could be the best farmer in the world and not be a genius.
And she was brought over here under the O1 or the genius visa because there was some high-ranking the fashion model who wanted to bring her talent into the US.
Yep, that completely qualifies. That's not material misrepresentation. She was a model. She was sought after by a modeling agency, got over here on an O1 visa. The employer is the one which vouches for your visa. So
before she even met Trump. So a lot of people wanted to say, oh, well, Trump did this and that for no. She did it all on her own.
She did that on her own. It was completely independent of fucking Orange Man bad.
And I mean, God, look at Melania. Come on now. You can't tell me 20 years ago, 25 years ago, Melania must have been looking like.
Especially when sex sold 20 years ago and modeling was, considered it would be the same thing as like a star athlete comes to the country.
Yeah. And I mean, some science arts. Yeah, modeling is considered an arts.
Yep.
Like, believe it or not.
Trafficking the left is, as we see with Abrego Garcia.
That's true.
They can't help themselves.
The Maryland father, Steve.
That's right. The Maryland father.
Father of so many trafficked children, apparently.
They protested ICE the day that they rescued 60 children in Florida.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. And by the way,
return them to their families.
Also, you can go read up on this. I don't want to spend too much time. Denaturalization has been a legal tool since 1952. This is not unprecedented. This is not the first time this has happened. And of course, it should apply to people who have committed fraud or are war criminals or terrorists.
Yes. And by the way, just in case there was any confusion, the snippet that we showed you guys, I understand people read paragraphs differently sometimes. They may think, oh, sorry, the very next page has like 10 examples of exactly what they're going to do and the people they're going after. Like 10 of them.
Right.
You could have just scrolled down the list and saved us all a bunch of time.
Yep.
That's what I do now, actually. When I see a crazy headline, I go, all right, let's see about this. Let's just go to the middle of this. Let's skip four ads.
4-page order. It doesn't take 5 minutes to read it.
No, you're absolutely right. And the worst is when you go to like NPR or something and they have a hyperlink. And you're like, let me go check this third-party source. And it's just another NPR article that's completely unrelated. Mm-hmm. You're like, what? Maybe I
read it because I'm like, maybe they misunderstood. And then I'm like, oh, this was like 5 sections. There's literally one paragraph about this and then like 10 examples.
Let me click on the PubMed data. It's an ad. I guess I do need SPF 90 sunscreen.
Yeah.
So here's the next claim that you'll see them making right now. That regular Americans actually don't listen to the guy. Don't listen. It's actually regular Americans are being targeted. Here's an article that says the Trump administration wants to strip U.S. citizenship from migrants with civil convictions. Okay, well, that seems pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so that's not necessarily normal. Here's an NPR article too. Again, you just read a little bit further. Here's the NPR article. I believe this is the headline. It says, the Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S. citizenship.
The way that sounds, it's like they're coming after me.
Well, that's the thing is in this article, they lead with, hey, this was for example, meet this military veteran who was denaturalized last month. He's just like you. Here's the truth. Said military veteran was a child pornographer who only admitted it after he got his citizenship and was caught.
Now, that's likely something they won't let you in the country if you admit beforehand. So,
I would hope not.
Right.
I don't know if they do
misrepresentation.
Stop those people, but I would hope
that
they do.
Yeah.
I would hope that's one of their questions. Like, hey, any chance you are obsessed with naked children?
Yeah.
Sorry, can't come in.
Oh, sorry, I gotta ask this question. I mean, we ask every
Sorry,
day.
we have to ask.
Sorry, forgive me.
No, wait, you are?
When I go to donate blood, and by the way, you bastards keep calling me because I have a rare blood type, but when I go in, you make me go through the whole questionnaire again and have to read. It's like, you called me, you little turds. So the point is, they ask me if I've spent time in certain areas of Europe in like the 1970s because of Mad Cow.
Yeah, because before you were born, you traveled to Europe.
Right. And then they ask me, or maybe it's the 80s, and they ask me, if you're obviously, I guess if I'm gay, or then like if I even like butts. I'm like, well, depending who it's on. Like, they can be very, very detailed, and we can't ask.
Hey, Seth.
We're wrong for one. Wait a second.
Can I make an analogy here?
Go ahead, man.
This would be as if a police officer becomes a police officer, and he's vetted. He has his background check done, and later on, he's been a cop for 5-10 years. Later on, it's found that he was convicted of murder. I don't know, if the background check's not good enough in whatever department.
Or somebody just came out and snitched.
Yeah. All of you liberals would be climbing up the fence to get him thrown out. So let's apply the same logic.
I mean, yeah, I would hope that. I would hope so. I'd hope we keep things consistent.
And you can't be in here. Why? Because you're a child pornographer.
Well, in the Netherlands. Well, it's okay.
First, they came for the child pornographers.
And we said nothing.
Then they came for the pedophiles, and I said nothing. And when they came for me, there was no one left to speak. Yeah, I'm fine with it. So this guy, this veteran, he hid his crimes throughout the entire process. He lied on his application. He lied on his immigration interview. And even further down in this article, again, remember the headline from NPR. It's, the Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip. It says DOJ announces plans to prioritize cases to revoke citizenship. They're stripping U.S. citizens. Later on in their own article.
You know it's going to be terrible, Monty. For every guy they strip, we're going to have to do a deep dive into what the hell they did. Or else they're going to keep telling us, oh, he did it for no reason. This is the terrible thing that Trump does. Taking out U.S. citizens. And then you got to do a deep dive on what the hell did these guys do.
I'm okay with that. That is the due process in public opinion. If that's what it takes, then I'm okay with that. I feel confident that they are getting investigated. That's how they're finding this stuff out, because they're investigating it.
Exactly. So we should be able to find a paper trail on what led them to that decision.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And if not, we'll call the strike then.
Find me. I encourage anybody in the chat right now that is vehemently throwing a fit right now. Find me a case in which there's not some heinous act behind it. Go ahead.
U.S. citizens. Later on in their own article, it says, at least one person has already been denaturalized in recent weeks. A judge ordered the revocation of the citizenship of Elliot Duke, who uses they, them pronouns. First red flag.
Not in.
Well, you better respect their pronouns.
Duke is an American military veteran originally from the UK who was convicted for distributing child sexual abuse material, something they later admitted they were doing prior to becoming a U.S. citizen. Oh, well,
the Trump
How about we revoke
you? Yo.
To Lincoln in the chat that seems to think child pornography is a good thing. We shouldn't have to do a deep dive. The Trump administration should be transparent with us. So you're telling me they've done this to a couple thousand people. He needs to get up on TV and tell you every single time. Do we announce every single arrest? On live TV? No, there's documents. Go find it for yourself. Quit being intellectually lazy.
No, and I was kind of about to say the same thing, because I was like, dog, as much as you would hope for, like, oh, you just want them to come out here and say it, I would say this. Most people aren't going to go out there and research it. They're going to hear mainstream media tell you the lie of it, and you guys are all going to run off that without doing no research into it.
No.
And it is going to be left to people like me to go in there and kind of prove you guys wrong. Like, no, there was investigation done. Just like how you guys thought that Kilmar Garcia didn't get due process. Bro, you guys might get set up on the same thing, thinking that these guys got no due process when there's all the evidence in the world.
There's all the evidence. Go look for it. You're listening to someone's point of view and someone's narrative on a situation, not the facts. Stop following in echo chambers and actually go look this stuff up. I bet you would be appalled.
True, just like we all are, by just looking at the facts of it, or just looking at these multiple cases of it.
Your right to life.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And by the way, you should include they, them under pronouns just to trick people into self-selecting out. If you check that box, immediately gone. No, you cannot come into this country. We do not need to import.
No, we do not.
Hello, I am the Duke of Pedophilia.
That's right.
I use they, them pronouns. Please use the correct one.
That's right. I'm a lord of smut.
Now show me your butts.
I know you're running low on lords of smut, you know. I can fill that gap.
Drop your knickers.
Your what?
Brother, the only citizenship I want this person, I don't care if this person is a veteran, this they, them, who was a child pornographer, that I want them to have is a citizenship in hell. How about that?
There you
a
go.
citizenship in the river Styx.
Yeah, that one can't be stripped.
No,
that one doesn't. It doesn't matter anymore where they're a citizen, right? In their life, not their citizenship, their life.
Be sure to tell Beelzebub your pronouns.
You'll get right on that. You thought Jordan Peterson was hard to convince.
All right. Well, you will be raped by they and them.
Oh no! Hey, shout out to my man Will. Man, he says, "Hey, S.E.T and Monty, sorry, busy moving, can't join today, but I'm listening. Hey, man, be safe moving, bro. Make sure to use your legs.
Hey,
people be forgetting about that part.
Don't lift with your back. Body mechanics is important.
Bob, tell you
for eternity.
We've got a they them.
They just show up. It's like, and I now present to you all the medals you could have won if you stayed a man. So this just proves to you that you never really know someone's history, to be clear, and we've run into this until you do a little digging. It's available, link in the description, that actually President Trump's extreme vetting isn't necessary. They'll do this all the time and say, well, technically we don't need a law for that because it's not necessary. You're like, oh,
just like they did with the wall. Like, oh, we don't need to do all that, man. We don't need the wall, Trump. You're tripping. Remember Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi pretty much trying to talk down Trump off the border wall?
Oh, man.
And then what happened right after with the border? It's crazy how nobody ever goes back on that interview. Every time Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi say something, they should go back to that conversation they had with Trump and be like, how can we trust you when this man literally told you what we needed? You rejected it, and then everything went to hell.
I'm telling you, if we had just 3 hours with each liberal in the U.S., the honest ones would be conservatives in 3 hours.
I mean, facts. If you just laid it out in front of them, and then you kind of ask them like, yo, why are you defending these guys? Well, I need a primary, keep my power and all that good stuff.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean? We don't need the age of consent law because it's already a thing. It's like, yeah, but
sounds like you're doing it.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Kind of sounds like you don't want people to do the thing that'll stop you from doing the thing. That's some balsams.
Nah,
so,
not me.
Here's some headlines from the ACLU. Extreme vetting of visitors poses an extreme threat to our principles and our security. Why are you doing Marvin the Marsh?
Hey, Zach. S.E.T. Just for Zach out there, since he wants to be extra special. The only people we take knees to are Jesus. The Democratic Party is the one that takes knees. Just saying.
Who? Man, that's the facts, though. I mean, like, here's the thing, though. The only thing we deal with or, get on knees for is God. God, that's it, guys. You Dems get on your knees for every Democratic politician who talks sweet to you. It's
get
like,
off your knees.
I ain't gonna lie. It's like a lot of y'all are like, well, bar hoes. Bar hoes. You're like the hoe at the bar who any guy can walk up to, tell them sweet nothings. You on your knees in the bathroom.
Yep.
Like, sorry, that's y'all though.
You can see the remnants of the peaceful protest. This comes from the hell.
Deep cut.
Ideological vetting of immigrants is an unlawful idea. I guess if you just say it, you silly bitch.
And we should always have headlines in that voice.
Daily News. Trump's claim that we need extreme vetting is extremely baseless.
Just let anyone in.
Nothing to see here. Just let everybody in.
I love it. It's a threat to our principles and to our security to vet people coming into the country.
Wow.
Nowhere else does this apply.
What? You know what else is a threat to security? Metal detectors in a courthouse.
Yeah, exactly. Or,
come on, let him in with the guy. What are you doing?
Or, locks on your door.
Oh, yeah. Those are security alarms.
Yeah.
Window breaking alarms. Smoke alarms, even.
A door itself is a form of vetting, just to be clear, is to vet, like, let's see how much you really want to come in here. And then you add a lock to it. Okay, it's another. So this is the thing. We all know that there has to be some vetting. It's just that the left doesn't want there to be, vetting that actually might keep you safe. It's all political football. Here's the truth. It's verifiably wrong. We absolutely need some vetting. Let me explain to you. People have been allowed in from countries that can't or don't even produce basic documents, meaning there can be no vetting. Let me give you an example. Somalia. They have no official birth certificate or marriage certificate. They have no.
Now, look, I respect the people of Somalia, and well, the Somalian women are beautiful and all that good stuff. But bro, the country, hey, yo, that is wild. Like their country is absolutely wild. Like their education, their sports, everything about the country is low ranking. That's just the sad fact about Somalia. And then trust me, we have a lot of Somalians here, and they're good people. And they'll even tell you that. I ain't gonna lie. Somalia, I love my people and all, but the country is trash. It is what it is.
Official IDs, police records, proof of things like birth and marriage. They're done through personal affidavits. And the State Department even wrote about this thing. Although the United States formally recognized the new government of Somalia on January 17th, 2013, there continues to be no recognized competent civil authority to issue civil documents.
They winging it.
Meaning, hey, where were you born? How can you prove it? This person says so. That's it. It's an affidavit. It's hearsay. Maybe that's how you end up with someone like Ilhan Omar here, who married her brother.
Well, that we don't know. There's no. They didn't have any proof.
In her case, she does.
Yeah, she does. I mean, they had a marriage certificate for her to marry her brother, so he can get into the United States. Ew.
He did so funny as he was arguing. No, I'm serious. I married my brother.
Yes, exactly.
You have to please ask my sister.
Yeah.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Yeah.
Ask our parents.
We only know because you're trying to one-up her terrorist friends at parties.
Yeah, well, did you marry your brother?
I did.
Call me when you marry your brother.
He is the captain now.
The captain of my heart and womb. So, some other countries with official document issues, let's call them.
Issues, yeah.
And I'm sure the list will surprise you. Afghanistan.
No.
Ethiopia. I know I read it. I said, the cradle of civilization? Say it ain't so. Yemen. Sierra Leone. And Equatorial Guinea.
I'm not sure why we included that one, but
they don't have any documents.
No,
It's like,
I know.
we don't need any vetting. It's a threat to our principles. Okay. How do you know who these people are?
I mean,
They
document
the diamond.
You mean the country full of like, well, I ain't gonna lie, a country full of black people that eat tree bark and that have basically no civilization? I mean, no shit.
In Sierra Leone better than the people.
Yes,
I know.
they do.
It's crazy.
Listen, that's on us. That one's our bad.
So let me put this all together here today. Okay. Again, what would the left do if they had completely unfettered power? There would be no alligator Alcatraz because there would be no deportations. We
There'd
wouldn't
be
have a
sad
secure border.
alligators.
We'd still have a record number of terrorists and just illegal aliens. That's bad enough.
Yeah.
Pouring through the border. We would continue to violate basic women's rights as far as college sports, as far as women's only spaces. And we would not vet anybody coming.
And shout out to Niecy Jones. She says crypto bill equals smart move or money grab. The crypto bill, I would say, well, my man Castro is deep in crypto. He's deeper than me in crypto. So the way what he's been telling me is that, he's been waiting for this crypto bill. My man has been at night praying on it. And trust me, he says that when it passed, he's going to start seeing some gains. And
I
he
was
also-
I was actually talking to Castro last night, and he was talking about a good way to get rid of government waste would be to turn like all government spending into a cryptocurrency that can be converted into a dollar when it actually reaches its intended target. And
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do with Stride and XRP.
Yeah, which would be awesome, honestly. Like you would get rid of government waste almost instantly. Like there'd still be the issue of government spending, people spending absurd amounts of money on the government, but waste and improper payments would all but be eliminated immediately if you could implement something like that. And he was actually doing a really good job of explaining it.
Yeah. Yep. I know, right? Bro is really good when it comes to crypto. Like
He's
the
got all that
transaction
stuff down.
fees.
Yeah.
I know, bro. Shout out Castro. But yeah, Castro is probably like the best crypto, one of the best crypto guys I know.
Because I flat out asked him, I was like, we can identify all these problems. How do you solve it? And he's like, oh yeah, just blockchain government spending. I was like, what? And it took him like an hour to explain it to me, but he explained it like really, really well, and it almost seems foolproof.
And pretty much it's almost like, all right, so let's say you got your bank, you want to wire some money to somebody, it costs money to do so.
Yeah,
it's the same way for the government. Well, through XRP, we could take that cost away altogether.
Yep.
And I mean, yeah, that would save, maybe if not, it should save millions of dollars. It should. But all right, Nisa, but thanks for the question, though.
From countries that have no official documentation, and they're very, very clear, they would not denaturalize a child pornographer.
It wouldn't even stop. It's always about not enforcing the law, right? I was just thinking about this. It kind of all came together. They'll say, well, it's already against the law for illegals to get Medicaid. Yeah, but there's some on there, so you should be in support of this bill. No, we're not in support of this bill. Well, it's already against the law for people to be illegal in this country and vote in an election. So why do we have to do anything else? Well, no, it's because we think people might be voting in this election illegally. So can we please have some voter ID or some kind of constraints? It's already against the law. Every single time they're like, it's against the law, but they don't want to enforce the laws that we have. It's extreme vetting. It's not.
It's against the law to do a mass shooting.
Vetting regular. It's extreme vetting to make sure that people don't come into this country that shouldn't be here, like child sex traffickers.
Yeah, this is tools for proof, so you can enforce the law. I'd be like saying, well, murder's already illegal, so I don't think we need this new DNA evidence fed. It's like, no.
Yeah.
It's to actually find out if people are doing some murdering.
And it's so hypocritical. Nobody needs a firearm unless you're a part of my security detail. It's that same kind of logic on all of these things. It's the no cash bail. It's just like, turning these people back out into the city to commit crimes. I don't understand how you can build a society that way.
Well, this is how the left wants to weaponize the law and then not enforce it, meaning they want to weaponize it in a way that is so selective that it almost exclusively harms their political enemies while not enforcing it as it applies to you, laws that keep you safe at large. In other words, there are people on the left who actually believe that Donald Trump taking a loan that he paid back with interest and the bank was happy to do and would have taken again because he tried to pay less on his property taxes, as everybody does. They believe that that is a more gross violation of the law than a child pornographer coming into the.
I mean, bro, that whole case was BS. It was like they literally say, "Oh, you defrauded the bank." The bank is like, "What you mean? No, like, no, he didn't. Like, if anything, he made us money. How do you defraud somebody and you made them money?"
So what I don't understand. Hey, Seth, what I don't understand is the concept of a crime or a tort requires a victim. If there is no victim, the state cannot be a victim in a fraud case against a bank.
I mean, and the state can't tell you that you're a victim.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain cases like statutory crimes, like rape and incest. Yeah, like the state can pursue charges in those cases, but that's not what this is. This is a business transaction.
Financial crime. In this financial crime, you just can't tell somebody that, hey, you're being defrauded, and they're going like, but I made money though, I'm good.
Yeah, no, there is no financial crime. They tried to say that Mar-a-Lago was only worth like $18 million. It's like
disrespectful. Because like
what?
Down the street from Mar-a-Lago is smaller than it, and it's 24 million.
Yeah, no, it's completely baseless, and that's what people use, and it's their nice little punchline now. We got to give the liberals something to chant. 34 felonies that were really misdemeanors, that were just trumped up charges. That violated the statute of limitations that were already expired. That there was no victim in, that no one. It's just political persecution.
And they was trying their hearts out for that one. I'll tell you that. But all right, now let's go ahead and get to AOC got exposed by Benny. This was wild, but it made sense. It just made so much sense because this is how most of these libs are. They speak for the poor, but they've lived this rich lifestyle so long. That's why they don't know how to do nothing for the poor, but talk about their problems. Let's get into it.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Bronx. This is where AOC says she's from.
And shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the Goat. He says, you hear that, leftists? We have your number. I mean, we really do. Trust me, like, we have your kryptonite. It's okay, guys. And you gave it to us almost for free.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Bronx. This is where AOC says she's from. And this is where AOC is actually from. Welcome to Yorktown, the business hamlet of Yorktown Heights. There's mansions.
And speaking of my dog Castro, man, I was actually hoping you were in here. But yeah, shout out to my man Castro. The government payments and false claims are the biggest waste of U.S. taxpayer funding.
Yeah.
Yep, and there's our crypto guy Castro.
Everywhere.
Let
It's
him
beautiful,
in.
it's green, it's pristine, it's clean. And they even have a Christopher Columbus Society. I thought AOC got all those statues ripped down. Some structural racism right here in AOC's hometown. Today we're going to investigate the biggest lie in all of politics, the fraud of
Hey,
AOC.
Seth, is AOC black?
No, she's Hispanic.
Yeah, she's Hispanic. You know what?
But the Bronx is mainly like predominantly Hispanic.
Yeah,
Like-
someone said MAGA racists hate AOC because she's an intelligent, that's a stretch, street smart, strong black woman.
I think you're talking about Jasmine Crockett, and intelligent and street smart is also a stretch as well. But you got the wrong one. I think you got Jasmine Crockett confused with AOC. AOC is a Hispanic girl from so-called the Bronx, but as we see now, she's actually from Yorktown or Yorkshire or whatever.
It's like
a very prominent neighborhood. It looks nice too.
But
I mean,
she lived the struggle. She was on that Section 8. You know, she knows what it's like. Blah 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 blah.
Like, bro, ever since she said she was from the Bronx, I would always call that into doubt because I was just looking at her. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, you don't look like a Bronx. You don't look like a Bronx girl.
Well,
and
they say you know she says it fucking every 5 minutes. It's like when someone does that, when someone perpetrates, what they claim is their truth over and over again, it's usually a lie.
Like, bro, like the dog. Like, my dad is from New York. So like when I go out there and here's the thing, I got cousins that mess with Bronx women and all. Actually, they mess with nothing but Hispanic women. And when I go out there and I see those Bronx girls, I'm just like, yeah, AOC, I don't know about that. I don't think you know Bronx girl. I mean, like, here's the thing, these Bronx girls damn near be like, they low-key dress like black women, to be quite honest with you. And AOC, she kind of got that clean, preppy look, the face and all that good stuff. It's like she don't look like she ain't never had a sugar daddy in her life. So I'm gonna be real with you. She didn't have that Bronx girl look to me. I'm gonna be real. And you're going, she's supposed to pop out there with hella makeup and eyelashes. Yeah, actually, yes, she was.
Yeah. To Lincoln, Crockett has a law degree. How does she lack intelligence? Well, JD Vance has a law degree, and you leftists claim he lacks intelligence and he's weird. So what's good for the goose is good for the
has a degree from Harvard, I believe, also in
No.
law.
I don't know if Hegseth does. I know JD Vance has a degree from Harvard. He was a corporal in the Marine Corps. He has a degree from Harvard, and I believe Yale. I might be misspeaking. Like, he has 2 degrees, but everybody seems to get on board with bashing him. So which way is it? Are we gonna take a law degree as a sign of intelligence, or are we gonna take how they speak as a sign of intelligence? And she does not speak like an intelligent person. Oh, you got to run that by me, Donald Trump, before you bomb Iran. Like, shut the fuck up.
Okay. On correction on Pete Hegseth. Yeah, he did. Bro went to Princeton University and Harvard, but he earned a master's in public policy from Harvard.
Yeah,
but he's stupid though, right, guys?
Right. Yeah, he's just some drunk stupid head Fox News contributor. Like, no, the man is. You know what?
And low-key intelligent, like a Bachelor of Arts degree from Princeton University in 03, and a master's of public policy from Harvard University. I mean, like, come on, guys.
And who has bashed him for intelligence? All of the liberal media. Go look at all the freaking memes that are being made over and over again. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can't take it, don't dish it out.
And Lincoln,
tell your buddies,
Lincoln, you know they be doubting this man's intelligence. They've doubted
all the time.
Bro, they've called this the most incompetent cabinet in history, in the presidential history, guys. But we
Go
got
look up some of
Harvard
these people's
graduates,
threads.
Yale graduates, like all over the place. But these are the most incompetent. These are the most uneducated. Or as you guys like to say, Trump loves the uneducated, which means that all 77 million of us who voted for Trump must
Are
be
uneducated.
uneducated, right?
I have an associate's. I don't have no fancy law degree. But I'm also a paramedic. You know, that's not for the faint of heart. So I guess
no facts. I ain't gonna lie, Monty. What you be dealing with, bruh, and people be fainting doing what you're doing.
You can't even look
Racism
at
right
blood.
here in AOC's
It's the blood.
hometown. Today we're going to investigate the biggest lie in all of politics, the fraud of AOC. Let's go.
This is the Bronx. The Bronx is a gritty, working-class, hardscrabble, historic borough of New York City. AOC is a communist who represents the Bronx in Congress. She's not just a rising star in the Democrat Party, she is the Democrat Party. Clearly preparing for a 2028 run, AOC is breaking fundraising records and filling stadiums to hype her Bronx girl persona.
I'm a girl from the Bronx.
AOC won her seat in Congress in 2018 by attacking her establishment Democrat opponent as not being sufficiently from the Bronx.
That a Democrat who takes corporate money, doesn't live here, doesn't send his kids to our schools, doesn't drink our water, can...
You weren't sent to their schools. You weren't drinking that water. I mean, what? You was in a white neighborhood. A rich white neighborhood. What? And that's nothing wrong with that, but we just want you to be real. Just be real with us. So I come from a rich white neighborhood. I got a nice education, so I believe I can solve your problems.
And that's the thing. That's what liberals do. They placate and they're like, I'm just like you, and that gets them votes. I guarantee you there's people out there, they're like, oh, she's just like me. Maybe she represents what I believe in. I'm gonna vote for her. And that she's lying. That should be a crime.
Bro, they told Obama, oh, single mother, he's just like your common black man. I'm like, bro, your common black man can't go to a high school $30K a year in Hawaii. I'm sorry, but we can't do that.
No,
the common black man doesn't have a stepdad oil tycoon. Okay.
Jesus Christ. And people want to talk about MAGA being a cult. Obama had the biggest cult following. The man got a Nobel Peace Prize just for existing.
Yep, literally. Just for being the first black president. That was
I don't want to bash on Obama too much because I believe, you know, there is a group of people that thought that he was going to do great things, and I'm glad that an African American man was able to become president. But that like, you want to talk about a cult following? That's a cult following. You're following him, and you don't even know what he believes in.
I'm weak though. Lincoln funny though. He's like, how long does you have to be there though to count? I mean, to be honest, dog, if you're gonna talk like you're part of the people, then yeah, you should have been there since high school. Let's say this. If I'm running for mayor of Columbus or district in Columbus, wouldn't it be cool? Like, yo, I went to school here. I've lived here most of my life. I've went to college in the area. All this good stuff. I know this area. I know it like the back of my hand. And the people know me. That's what she fed to the people. She fed that lie to the people. You can't sit there and feed that lie and be like, well, does it really matter how long she's there? Yes, it does. It does.
It's a lie. Yeah, now you're splitting hairs because you're being called out. That's what they do. They pivot their argument. So, it's really not that big of a deal. But 3 weeks ago, you were just touting that she's from the Bronx. You weren't, but she was.
Man, shout out Niecy.
She's not from the Bronx.
She said, how would this impact, my bad, bro, but how would this impact small investors? I think she's talking about the crypto bill. The crypto bill, I believe, is an opportunity for small investors because crypto is opening up as a new asset class. So since it's new, not as new as you'd hope it would be, but because I think it was like new back in 2010, but that as an asset class, it is something new. So this is
asset class. That means you can take. I believe that means it extends that you can take losses on it. So if you lose money on it, you can deduct it from your taxes. I believe.
Yeah,
I may be wrong.
No, you can. You can also take crypto losses as deduction on taxes. I mean, they sent me a form. I know. I was like, I mean, hey, good looks.
Did you take crypto losses, Set?
Bruh, I sure did. Gee, I definitely took crypto losses before. I think I took like $1,000 loss. It was tough.
Yeah, I'm not very good at crypto. I can day trade all day, make killings, but somehow I cannot day trade crypto.
Nah, but this was when I was getting into NFTs, and the
Oh.
NFT lost tremendous value. Wasn't able to sell it in time. Still got it to this day. But yeah, I definitely took an L on the NFT run. It happens.
Not possibly represent us.
AOC reflexively repeats that she's from the Bronx and a Bronx girl.
I speak like a girl from the block.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you and here's the thing though. Only guys who've never really been to the hood or any hood in the world would actually believe this. But like I said, when AOC first said this, I was like, I don't know about that, but I can't prove it, so I'm gonna hear you out. But then I'm just like, all right, now that this has been exposed, it makes sense. It's like, sweetheart, you don't have that Bronx girl like accent. You don't.
No.
Like, maybe I need to bring up a real Bronx girl in here for y'all to know. Cause I know a few, but yeah, dog, this is not how a Bronx girl sound. If you actually heard a real Bronx girl, you would be like, yeah, AOC, you capping. If you see how they dress, how they carry themselves, you look at AOC like, yeah, sis, you capping.
You have a silver spoon in your mouth. And none of this, like you said, none of this is an issue for the average person. If you're not playing identity politics, it doesn't matter to me where you're from.
Bro, Cardi B, Bronx girl. When you think of Bronx girl, think of Cardi B.
Yes.
That's the perfect example of a Bronx girl is literally Cardi B. You may not, and even the Bronx women will sit there and say the perfect example of a Bronx woman is Cardi B.
Drawing out your words. Yeah.
So it's kind of funny how like she doesn't resemble, and I'm not saying that she needs to resemble Cardi B in every way, shape, and form, but at least in like the accent or the way they talk, it should resemble something.
And again,
I grew up first generation in the Bronx.
And again,
Girls from the Bronx are welcome everywhere.
so often that it's almost a pathology. In fact, AOC just pulled the Bronx
She's a
girl card
pathological
again
liar.
this week, responding to President Trump, saying she would eat a Queens boy like Donald Trump for breakfast.
I don't think he knows how to deal with a girl from the Bronx.
Something's very wrong here. What functional adult repeats where they're from this often? Someone who's lying. And here's the dirty little secret. AOC is not actually from the Bronx. Since AOC was an infant, her family has lived in a beautiful little hamlet called Yorktown Heights. This little town is the opposite of AOC.
Bro, it's the prestigious music in the background.
I love it. Yeah. There's a little bit. You gotta watch out for the spin on the conservative side too, because they're painting a narrative. Don't be fooled.
Hamlet,
but it's a good narrative.
Yorktown
It's true.
Heights. This little town is the opposite of AOC's gritty, downtrodden, working class persona. It's clean and beautiful and safe. The neighborhood that AOC grew up in is well off, leafy and manicured. AOC went to elementary, middle, and high school here. She graduated from Yorktown High, where she went by the name Sandy Cortez. And then she graduated Boston University.
She even got a white girl
with an
name.
economics degree. Since AOC...
Hold on. Let's get the background on that. I mean,
Sandy Cortez. She's got a white girl name until she goes into Congress. Oh my God.
Wow. Sandy Cortez. I mean, bro, here's the thing. She kind of looks Indian in this image right here.
She graduated from Yorktown High, where she went by the name Sandy Cortez. And then she graduated Boston University with an economics degree. Since AOC is about to run for president, we thought it would be important to investigate the town that gave America its most famous communist.
This is not the Bronx. As you can see here, this is the leafy, beautiful Parkway suburbs. Is that a golf course? Oh, it's gorgeous. What a pleasant and wonderful drive. I feel like I'm on a pleasant road.
Oh man.
Very much looking forward to finding out where AOC is from.
After a 90-minute drive from New York City, we finally got to Yorktown Heights. Check out this beautiful
I'm just gonna have to
entry
go
to the
kick
city.
people.
Trees lining the road, some mansions, beautifully manicured lawns, American flags. This looks like an awesome place to be from. Get out of
And shout out to Niecy Jones. She says, what's your take on the Iran-Gaza conflict? I think you mean Israel-Gaza conflict. And well, my take on it as of now still is that one, Bibi Netanyahu needs to be pulled back. The IDF needs to be investigated for war crimes. Honestly, there was war crimes already committed with bombing 34 hospitals. So my take on it right now is that one, they need to just get to a ceasefire, put Benjamin, get a whole new, stop ceasefire, two, get a whole new government. I mean, a whole new regime or whatever you want to call these guys, because Bibi got to go. And then 3, finally work to that two-state solution, or finally get a leader in Israel that's willing to invoke a two-state solution instead of, just dragging us along or making plans to destroy that whole solution and go to war with other Arab countries. Like, yeah, we need a different type of leadership, because Bibi, his main objective is getting into it with almost every Arab nation that doesn't submit to the U.S.
The car, and you find something like this. Welcome to the capitalist horrors of AOC's Yorktown Heights Patriot State Park. You can see here a Veterans Memorial Circle that's been beautifully tended and groomed with a lot of American flags and a lot of honor for our great nation. Really, just a terrifying place to grow up here. I hear that there are miles of luscious trails going through the forest here. Boy.
Shoot, I like hiking. I love to go there. I want to go to AOC's hometown. What about you guys?
You can understand why you'd become a communist growing up in a hood like this.
A hood like this.
Capitalist swine trying to sell me rhubarb at this beautiful Meadows farmer's market. That, you can smell it. They just want my money, my capitalist dollars. I'm not going to let them do it because I'm an angry Marxist, right? Now, this is what blackpills someone like AOC, right? The fresh pies, the fresh fruit and vegetables. Could you imagine growing up like this? Hell on earth. Have they ever tried to apologize to AOC? Look at that. No trash, no graffiti, yellow school buses. Disgusting. Okay, so safe, so clean.
Does her school have a name?
AOC
Is it like
here?
PS whatever?
Now you can understand. Okay, you can understand where the radicalization comes from. It's too nice. Look at that, beautiful. That flagpole right there just makes your blood boil. Let's see what new horrors await us around the corner. This is where AOC got the idea for the Green New Deal. That's what we'd all be driving in if AOC got it. Do you understand? She grew up with the horse and buggy. That's what she wants us to go back to. Get it? You gotta think like her. So depressing. With my made from scratch cinnamon rolls, my ice cream. Thank you. What a terrible life. I hate capitalism. So angry.
I had the struggle.
This is hell.
Now, I have been seeing it. There are people defending these lies. So I ain't gonna lie, guys. If you sit here and defend AOC for lying to you guys, I got something for you. All right, guys, there you go. All 5 packs of Kool-Aids. You finally achieved full cultism.
That's only 4 packs of Kool-Aid.
4?
That's only
Why not?
4. Yeah.
Why not? I'll give them the 4. Because you're right. They didn't call Donald Trump the Antichrist yet. You're right. But there you guys go. 4 packs of Kool-Aid, cyanide included. You guys are truly drinking the Kool-Aid out the punch bowl, really. So, guys, I want to tell you something.
It's hard. It's hard to do a lot of research.
Bro, here's the thing. How come when these Dems lie to you, you guys just eat it up?
Man. But we're the ones in the cult.
This is what you guys are. You're a whole Kool-Aid pack for these guys. You're out here just making other people drink the Kool-Aid.
We will sit here and debate each other when we agree on 90% of the things and argue for days about things. But we're the ones in a cult. We're the ones that are sheeple. We're the ones that don't do any research. But the man's doing the research for you. You just have to sit on your couch potato ass and watch it. And it's not untrue, but you're going to defend it. When it gets called out, you defend it. You pivot because you're drinking the Kool-Aid.
I mean, that's the sad reality. Somebody said this makes you want to vote for her even more. I'm like, the fact that she lied to you about where she's at, the fact that she's a fraud makes you want to vote for her even more.
She's using it to gain credibility. She's doing the same thing Kamala did, where she's becoming a chameleon and telling you what you want to hear. It's the same reason I don't like Ron DeSantis. He becomes what you want, no matter whatever camera's on him. You don't want that. Those are the people you need to watch out for.
Exactly. You don't want. And Ron DeSantis, he may be a good governor, but the way he moves as a governor, I mean, like I say, he kind of get blown in the wind.
Yeah.
And we don't need that as a president.
We must destroy America and capitalism.
I mean,
oh, don't worry. There's a secret
adorable patio that we missed, a luscious green oasis hamlet back here that we happened to miss.
Is he just
Rage
trespassing
eating our
on
ice
people's
cream.
shit?
Look how beautiful this is.
Is this someone's
Bro,
backyard?
let's be real. When you're in a rich neighborhood like that, I'm gonna be honest with you, and you're Benny, you could probably do that type of stuff. Like, oh, hey, you're
just walked through that looked like someone's backyard he just walked through.
It literally did. Like, hey, look, some hidden type of patio oasis. I'm like, dang, bro, what? You just walking in somebody's backyard?
It's hidden for a reason, Ben. Get out of there. Those are white people. They have guns.
I mean, no, for real. No, maybe because he's white, they're gonna take a second guess.
Oh,
That's
true. Yeah, he's got the camera following him around. He's got that privilege. I forgot.
I'm telling you.
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? We got subscribers in AOC's hometown. Look at this.
Hey, yo.
Look at this beautiful park. Got American flags here. What a patriotic, beautiful town. We got Revolutionary War battles that were fought here. You can see up here, freaking straight out of the Patriot. They even got the axe, and the American flags are sponsored by veterans. What a beautiful place.
So pro-American.
He needs to go to the Bronx now.
This is like a paradise. This is an American hamlet. And it's worth noting that AOC didn't just live here as like a little kid or whatever. She was here before she could talk or walk. She was here as an infant. She moved here. And then went to high school here. She graduated and went to Boston University, a very prestigious university. Then she decided that she was going to sign up for Communist Central Casting. Makes you wonder.
Not for real.
Yorktown Police. Nice, look at that. Not defunded there. You ever seen a Starbucks like this? This is beautiful. Amazing thing just happened. Firefighter comes up to us and says, I know AOC. I knew her from high school. And she was mean. She was like a bully. Of course she's from here. She was raised here. Everybody knew her. Everybody knows her.
Oh, wow.
And he doesn't know what the hell happened to her. He said she was like hanging out in his house all the time. What happened? What happened? Who hurt you? AOC, who hurt you? Maybe he was her boyfriend. Welcome to the beautiful Yorktown stage, where AOC learned to be a theater kid. Came in handy later in life, having to sell you a life of oppression, right? They got Jekyll and Hyde coming up in September.
So she's a theater kid.
Trump never called our soldiers suckers and losers. That's been disproven. So
yes, by so many times. Like the whole suckers and losers things was a complete scam. Really, what I mean by a scam is that how many people just sold into it. Because like literally, even
he didn't say it. That's what's false about it. He did not say it. It's objectively false. And the sheeple that you want to call us, you're just projecting because you bought it with no proof that he said it, other than someone that you trust saying so.
Tough.
Based on AOC.
I mean, like, show us the clip. I mean, here's the thing. Like, when people tell you what Trump says, why don't you ask them for the clip? Like, yo, just show me the full clip, the full interview, not the clip. Give me the full interview he said that in. So I got full context.
He didn't. There's no proof of it.
Nothing says true oppression like growing up next to a massive pickleball court at scale. Okay? Got to shut this place down. Rumor has it this is where AOC really found herself. She got in touch with her roots.
Yo.
So if we're gonna go on a war of who said what, then you need the proof that he did. You cannot disprove something that did not happen. So it's disproven because there is no proof that it happened. And it's a lie.
And it's almost like the good people on both sides. All right, cool. When did he say it? Under what interview? Maybe what interview did he say it in? What press briefing did he say it in? Go look it up and see for yourself.
There's a video. There's a video of it. There's not even a video of him saying that in any context. It's been disproven. It does not exist. But so you try
there's
so
not even a
hard.
bad clip. Hold on, Mons. You tell me there's not even a bad clip like the there's good people on both sides thing. How do
No,
you know
it does not exist. He never said those words. Period.
No.
It's completely
they
made.
Got it from a video. So you tell me
No, they got it. They got it from someone's book. I believe. I forgot who it was, but someone put in their book that they heard Trump say that, and they have just run with it. I guarantee you. You ask the people that are quoting this right now, they don't even know where it came from. They just heard CNN say it over and over again. Suckers and losers was never quoted, is not a quote from Trump. It was never said by Trump. There is no proof that it was said by Trump. Thus, it's disproven.
Well, sure, let me.
The Mexican tequila bar in this beautiful, clean, happy, safe town.
After a very pleasant afternoon in Yorktown Heights, we realized we must be missing something. Time to head over to AOC's childhood home.
This is AOC's hood.
Just like the draft dodging thing.
You might get a...
All right, so the only thing I was able to find it was New York Times on it. Seems like this needs context. The quote, losers and suckers, originated from an article published in The Atlantic, the same Atlantic that told multiple lies against Trump, in 2020 about former President Donald J. Trump's relationship to the military. He continues to dispute the reports. The article relied on anonymous sources, but many of the accounts have been corroborated by news outlets, including the New York Times and by John F. Kelly. Wow, that guy.
So because because CNN said so, that means it's true. Because it's corroborated by a news agency, which means the news agency said, "Oh yeah, he said this because I read so." What? You can't corroborate your own lie.
I mean, it is a bit wild because, like, here's the thing: you're right. There is no video. It's just somebody saying that he said it.
Yes. And he did not, there's no proof that he said it. Therefore, you get the presumption of innocence in this country unless you can prove me wrong. Not by saying, oh, someone said he said it. That's hearsay. Show me the proof that he said it.
Here's
He
the worst
didn't.
thing. They're saying that, and they probably don't even know which war or veterans he was or they claim that he was disrespecting, because it was World War I. Cemetery. He refused to go. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, "I don't want to go in there because they're really a bunch of losers and suckers."
Lies.
And that was said by his 4-star. And he said he was standing with the 4-star general. And here's the thing: the 4-star general could have took that out of context. There could have been a whole bunch of media in there, or guys Trump really don't like, and General Kelly could have been like, "All right, let me run with this." So, like I said, it's from some guy who don't like Trump who said he said it.
And he wrote a book and he made money off of it. But
Yes,
he
he
did
did,
not say it. He did not say it. So you're gonna believe Kelly because it fits your narrative with no proof. That's like Jesse Smollett.
I mean, come on, everybody was thirsty to believe that one.
Yeah.
And then when it got proven wrong, it was a little bit hard for them to let go.
Untrimmed hedge here and there. A lawn gnome might jump out at you. This is AOC's street that she grew up on.
In fact, AOC's childhood home is appraised at close to $500,000 right now. And across the street, a truck yard sign.
Also set.
Yeah, what's up?
If he truly thought everybody in the military was suckers and losers, why did he fight so hard to give the recognition to the pilots that just flew that mission in Iran?
I mean, why did he give? I mean, he didn't cut nothing from the military. If anything, the military has been championing Trump, and Trump's been championing the military. So it is kind of strange how you guys are trying to draw that. I mean, y'all trying to play that out with the whole suckers and losers things when, well, his actions of today paints the complete opposite.
But no, you can just listen to someone on the internet, and that's going to be your basis for everything. You are the sheep. You blindly believe anything that's told to you. You're in the cult.
Like, here's the thing: when somebody first told me about the suckers and losers things, I just immediately didn't believe it. I'm like, y'all said so much things about this man that I end up proving that was untrue. Like, I can't just sit here and hear y'all say, "Oh, well, he called veterans suckers and losers." I'm like, all right, then, keep lying. But okay. But here's the thing, though. I see why they say that, because it's something that you can't prove or disprove. Because remember, we're talking about the 4-star general saying that, oh, he said it, and Trump saying I didn't say it. It's hearsay. He said
It's
she
hearsay.
said.
There's no proof of him saying it. So stop propagating that lie. You're being dishonest.
Here's the thing, though. They're also doing the same thing with the Kilmar Garcia thing. Because,
the man from Maryland.
Yeah, but here's the thing, because when I was looking it up, and I did get 2 answers on this, because when I looked it up, even on asked two different questions, but the same question basically, and Google gave me two different answers. They said yes, he was deported under the Alien Enemies Act, and no, he wasn't deported under the Aliens Enemies Act. When I asked ChatGPT explained it like it's kind of like a yes and no, because when they rounded him up, it was under the Alien Enemies Act roundup. But then when they looked further into his case, his individual case, they took him out of the Aliens Enemies Act roundup. So it was a yes and no at the same time.
I'm about to lose my oh my god. So to Lincoln, who just said that doesn't mean it's disproven because, and you trust Trump because he says he doesn't say it. We are in the same boat, brother. No, we're not in the same boat because you have a presumption of innocence until someone can prove something. That's the fundamental in law, in the court of public opinion. Unless you are just drinking the Kool-Aid, if I go out and I say Lincoln murdered 5 people and I have no proof, I am defaming Lincoln because there's no proof that you did or didn't do it. I'm not going to tell you under, yeah, like it. You cannot disprove something that did not happen. It's impossible to do it, except for in the case of like something like Jesse Smollett when he said I was walking down this street at this time, and you see the video cameras, and there's no evidence of it. That you can disprove it that way, but just saying, oh yeah, he said this behind closed doors, you're just gonna blindly believe the guy, and you call us sheep.
I mean, look, they're willing to believe anything. They'll believe blindly anything that's bad against Trump.
Yeah,
that's what I've learned with these guys.
24.
Really? The AOC's house.
We were even able to speak with some of AOC's neighbors that remember her all the way back to when she moved into the house.
Oh, wow.
As a little girl. Boy, did we hear some stories. What an incredible place to be from. And while we were filming our outro for this video, a man honked his horn and jumped out of his car wearing a MAGA hat. And guess what? He's a subscriber and he knows AOC. It's beautiful here.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful here. And AOC obviously was a resident and went to the high school that I went to as well. So
for a long time. She was here for here for close to 20 years.
Yes, absolutely. Everyone knows that in this town.
People around here like Trump?
Absolutely, they do. A lot of people are quiet about it because they're afraid to lose friends. But I'm not afraid to lose friends for what's right. Absolutely.
What's your message to President Trump?
Oh, we love you. Just keep going. Finish the job. Go for the Federal Reserve, baby. Come on.
Nah, for real.
Maybe you can explain this.
Nah, go for the gold, man. Like, take out the Federal Reserve. We be in a good standing, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Trump dismantled the Federal Reserve. Party in the streets, goddammit. Party in the streets.
Seems we've been here for 2 hours. We've been walking around. It's a beautiful.
No, that would be a real liberation day. That's a real liberation day right there.
Well, it's patriotic. There's like American flags on every street. How could you become such a dirty communist growing up here?
If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck.
How's it possible?
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's fake. I think the mainstream media paints a different story than what if you interview anyone who's on the street here, I don't think those values are present at all.
Yeah. There's not a lot of communists here.
No, absolutely not. It's fake. Yeah. Fake news. He's been saying it since 17, man. That's it.
Oof. Identity politics is the foundation of left-wing coded ideology. Demanding that the world accept your identity is paramount. So why is AOC ashamed of her identity, of where she came from?
And we asked, what does it mean to be 2 working class women showing up to the Met?
She never talks about Yorktown Heights, and I can't figure it out. Be true to yourself. Come out of the closet and embrace your white, leafy, suburban roots. Set an example for all these little kids.
I always say this is where the Dems lost me. Every time there will always be the Dems that try to speak up for the lower class people, but they have no idea about our struggles because they grew up just like the Republicans that they shame. It's actually pretty damn funny. But
here we go. Lincoln, it's a he said, she said situation. What are you not getting by this? Yeah, you don't believe he said, she said situations without proof when you're going to label somebody and defame them. That's called defamation of character. That's actually against the law. You don't believe he said, she said shit. That is misrepresentation. That is lying in journalism. That is against the law. You cannot do that. That's the point. You're right. It is a he said, she said. So when it's a he said, she said, and you can't produce proof, you err on the side of whatever the defamatory remark is not true.
And all right, guys, now let's get into a bit of a it's gonna get a little bit controversial, guys. But all right, the Bible's brainwashed Christians to worship Israel. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, man. And shout out to our
Well,
guy.
that escalated quickly.
I know, right? Hey, sometimes we gotta touch on the light topics and then go straight to the extreme. Let's go.
Are American Christians supporting Israel because of politics or because they think God will curse them if they don't? Because that's what millions of people believe, literally. So today we're going to dig into one of the most powerful forces in American politics that barely anybody understands: Christian Zionism. So how did a few Bible footnotes change the way that millions of Americans vote, pray, and even push for war? All right, so this is going to be a deep dive. You're about to learn how a mysterious Bible from 1909 rewired modern Christianity and may have changed U.S. foreign policy forever. So let's get right into it. It all starts with a man named Cyrus I. Scofield, a failed lawyer, shady preacher, and former drunk who somehow became one of the most influential theologians in American history. So in 1909, he published something called the Scofield Reference Bible. So on the surface, it looked like any other King James Bible, but it came with a twist. It came with footnotes, so interpretations, and there were thousands of them. Scofield added his own commentary right there on the same page as the scripture. And these weren't just helpful tips or definitions. These footnotes completely changed how people read the Bible. Scofield introduced a system called dispensationalism. Basically, he divided history into 7 eras, or dispensations, and argued that God had 2 separate plans, one plan for the church and one for Israel. Now, to most readers at this time, this was a new idea, but in Scofield's world, Israel wasn't just a thing of the past. It was the centerpiece of the future. Prophecies in the Old Testament weren't metaphors. They were literal predictions, according to Scofield, and they were coming true in real time. And that's when things got political. One verse Scofield highlighted, Genesis 12-3, became the cornerstone of Christian Zionism. It says, quote, "I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you." So that sounds nice, right? And that became interpreted as where the you was Israel. As in, if you bless Israel, I'll bless you. If you curse Israel, I'll curse you. And that's because this verse was being spoken to Abraham in the Bible. So Scofield interpreted this as a modern day command. If you want God to bless America, you better bless Israel. And if you don't, well, good luck. Bruh. So this idea took off like a wildfire, and not because Scofield forced it, but because it embedded itself inside the faith and infrastructure of millions of people. His Bible became widely popular, especially in Bible colleges, in seminars, and in churches across the South and Midwest America. For many Christians, the Bible wasn't just a spiritual book anymore. It was a political roadmap. Now, here's where it gets really intense. So, Scofield Bible didn't actually change the scripture. It changed how people read it. And in doing so, it made support for the state of Israel feel like a religious obligation. So that's why you see people like Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson the other day saying, like,
what shocked the world. What Ted Cruz said on Tucker Carlson threw everybody off. Like, yeah, I don't think I want anybody leading my district, city, state, country with a religious skewed view like that. Like, oh yeah, well, I'm all in it for Israel because I believe that if I help Israel over the United States, I'll be blessed. Yeah, I don't want that ideology in a leader that's supposed to be looking over, my district, city, state, nation. Don't matter. Don't want that ideology in there.
Went to the Senate with wanting to be the main proponent for Israel.
We are commanded to support Israel. And what does that mean?
So it didn't matter what policies Israel had. It didn't matter if they were right or wrong. If they were Israel, they were God's chosen. Now, here's another thing. So there are a bunch of online rumors that say Scofield was secretly funded by Zionist bankers. Yes, the Rothschilds. But there's not a lot of evidence to show that. I mean, believe me, that's juicy. I want it to be the case, but there's not a lot of evidence to show that. So it gets even weirder when you look at who inspired Scofield, this guy named John Nelson Darby. So Darby was the original architect of dispensationalism, and his background is downright chilling. So Darby's family owned something called Leap Castle in Ireland. It was considered the most haunted castle in the world. There's an estimated 150 dead bodies found in its cellar, and witnesses claimed that satanic rituals were performed right there, and seances were conducted by his relative, Mildred Darby, a Gothic novelist who wrote about a demonic force that she called the Elemental. So while Scofield was promoting this future-centered Israel obsession of his, it wasn't just theology. There might have been a deep, dark spiritual influence behind all this, but that's speculative. Now, think about this. When Scofield released his Bible in 1909, Israel didn't even exist. But just 8 years later, something remarkable happens. The British government issued the Balfour Declaration, a formal statement supporting the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Now, this wasn't just a political move. It was deeply influenced by Christian Zionists inside the British elite, including Lord Arthur Balfour himself, who held dispensationalist beliefs similar to Scofield. Now, even more curious, the letter was addressed to Lord Walter Rothschild. Literally on the figurehead of the letter, it says, "Dear Lord Rothschild." So obviously he's a key figure in the Zionist movement, and this fuels all kinds of conspiracy theories about elite coordination between Zionists, financiers, and Western governments. But this also came during World War I, as Britain was trying to secure influence in the Middle East. While the Ottoman Empire was collapsing, some argue that this declaration was part of a spiritual crusade, part of an imperial chess move, because in the early 1900s, Great Britain was actively looking at the Ottoman Empire's collapse and trying to speculate and divvy up its land proactively, and that's what they ended up doing with the Sykes-Picot Agreement after. So Palestine was seen as a strategic prize militarily and economically, and religiously. Therefore, promoting Christian support for Jewish resettlement aligned with British imperial interests in creating a Western-aligned buffer right there in the region in the Middle East. So many British political and academic elites were sympathetic to the Zionist cause, obviously including Lord Arthur Balfour, the Rothschilds, and members of the Round Table Group. But here's the thing, the support was not always religious. It was often strategic. They saw Jews as a potentially loyal population in a vital region, and in an unstable region that just faced a collapse of a multi-hundred-year empire. So they hoped to appeal to the American Protestant support for Zionism.
Yes, that
The politics. And they
what's up, Luke?
Hey everyone. So this guy is 100% right.
Oh, let's go.
Who?
The guy we're watching.
Oh, with the Rothschilds and shit.
Just
Yep.
everything.
About the Scofield Bible and how pretty much Christian theology has
And-
been subverted to worship Israel.
Right. And if I could add something, like it's been strategic for people to get into popular large churches to kind of like pave the way for the politics. So they did that with abortion too.
So you told me, hold on real quick. So you told me they're using large churches to push the ideology because that's what they like most people.
Yeah, so people in power rubbing elbows, I don't know if it's blackmail or if it's just they're putting their friends in that believe like them, but it's going on with a lot of stuff. And like abortion is one of it. Also there's a push to like not question your government, because there's a verse in the Bible that says your government leaders are selected by God, so you need to submit even when they're doing something wrong, so there's like a lot of kind of like BS being taught in order to keep, because they're afraid of Christians. you know, and I think people are afraid of the Jewish people too, you know. But what this guy is saying is it's right on. Like the rapture. There's a number of topics that are like completely different just 100 years ago from the 1900 years before that of church leaders, what they taught and stuff.
All right, then. We're gonna get more into the video. Hey, if you want me to pause this, you want to explain some stuff, because I know you and Monty are the more practicing Christians, I believe. So,
I mean, not really. I believe in a certain fundamental value system, but I'm not necessarily a practicing Christian. I just believe in God, and believe
Okay,
that you
you're
shouldn't be a dick to your neighbor.
okay. You're pretty much where I'm at with it then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now I know Luke is.
Yeah.
All right, then let's keep it going.
Widely published Schofield's Bible, and probably saw this as a soft power move. Influence.
Oh, my bad. Real quick, shout out to my man Jet. He says liberals offended by everything, ashamed by nothing. I mean, nothing they do. But shout out Jet.
Schofield's Bible, and probably saw this as a soft power move, influencing American opinion through theological channels. So the Schofield Reference Bible came out in 1909, Balfour Declaration in 1917. A little bit weird timing. During this gap, Zionism was gaining traction amongst British policymakers and intellectuals, promoting pro-Zionist theological views amongst Americans. And they thought this would help generate grassroots Christian support for Britain's coming actions in Palestine. So here's the question. Could Oxford University Press have political or ideological motivations, not just commercial motivations? I mean, think about it. There's no direct evidence of collusion, but consider this. A British publisher printing a Bible that promotes unconditional support for Jews returning to Palestine at a time when Britain is preparing to take control of Palestine itself. And 8 years before, it publicly endorses Zionism through the Balfour Declaration. So that's either one of the most profitable coincidences in publishing history or part of a larger pattern of ideological and imperial alignment. It's almost like prophecy was getting policy backup. Now, this timing right here is just too strange for some researchers to ignore. So the Schofield Bible predicted that the Jews would return to Palestine in a time when it sounded...
Someone in the I know it's getting off topic, but someone in the chat said I found the Trump speech where he said only psychos would say that, and they clipped it to put it out of context. Like the time he said there were good people on both sides. That was Maggie that said that. So if she has that video, can she hop in the StreamYard and post the link so we can watch it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Because I'd like to see. I don't even know like the first instance of this lie came from. Like I know that you cannot find a video of Trump saying military members are suckers and losers, and it's being propagated even worse than the both sides argument, which was taken out of context. But this is even worse because no proof of it actually exists.
All right then. Shoot. All right, Maggie, you can go ahead and hit the call-in link in the post tab and go ahead and post it in the private chat, and I'll go ahead and bring it up. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Absolutely absurd. Then, within 1 decade, global superpowers started laying the groundwork to make that a reality. That's why some say the Bible didn't just forecast history, it shaped it. And yes, his entire prophetic framework was built around the idea that the Jews would return to the Holy Land, that a nation of Israel would rise again, that a third temple would be rebuilt. To most people, that seemed absolutely absurd at the time. But after World War II, everything changed. So the Holocaust shocked the entire world, and there was sympathy for the Jewish people, and it exploded. So in 1948, Israel was officially declared a nation. And for evangelicals raised on the Schofield Bible, this wasn't just history, it was prophecy fulfilled. Christian Zionism exploded post-World War II. The generational impact was enormous. Religious education started to shape the U.S. foreign policy. Kids were taught that America had a divine obligation to defend Israel or face divine punishment.
So about this, so a lot of Christians want Jewish people to get saved. They want maybe not, you know, it might be that, yeah, it might be that people are like confused that the people in Israel aren't descendants of Abraham, but that's what the church is thinking. They think that the descendants of Abraham are there. We let them be a state again. We're being nice to them. We're showing them respect so that they can, you know, become Christians. And, you know, we're not trying to force it, but we're definitely trying to be nice to them for that reason. So that's kind of like, as a believing Christian, that was my perspective growing up.
And I will say, my I had this debate with my mom, because I kind of lean on your view of it. Set, it's like Israel deserves to exist, but they don't deserve to do what they're doing, and we shouldn't be supporting them if they're doing what they're doing. And my mom's take was that, you know, hey, it's the only quote unquote Christian valued nation in the Middle East, and like they cannot exist around the quote unquote Muslim nations around the Middle East, because the Sharia law and the Muslim faith dictates that the Western way, the Western civilization, cannot stand, and like it's just like oil and water, it can't mix.
And well, also part of the Muslim faith is that, well, they are religiously obligated to attack anybody who they feel has taken their land.
Yeah,
like, which is this? But I got, well, Luke, have you ever heard of mega church pastor Greg Locke?
To be honest, I'm not really a mega church Christian. I'm more of a fringe. A lot of populism in the church has been kind of like, it's been kind of negative, like from my perspective. So I'm actually very familiar with and respect Mike Bickle. He's the guy that got into a big there's some controversy around him recently, and he has a church in Kansas City, Missouri called the International House of Prayer. It stands for IHOP. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but he's probably the biggest church person that I listen to and follow closely.
All right then. Well, shoot, thank for explaining that one. I did need a little bit of clarification on that.
So there's a quote from the Bible. It's Hebrew 11:16, and says, "But now they desire a better country, that is in heavenly, wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for there hath prepared for them a city." And Revelation 2-9 drops a bombshell that conspiracy theorists definitely latch onto. It says, quote, "I know the slander of those who they say are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan," end quote. So passages like that are often interpreted by fringe groups as suggesting that they are imposters within the modern Zionism and fueling suspicions that Christian Zionists are supporting something that they don't fully understand. Now, that's why I don't like leaping to conclusions with these Bible verses. But then came the Cold War, and America needed allies in the Middle East. And Israel, a democratic Western aligned state, fit that bill. So presidents began using terms like Judeo-Christian values.
Can you go back 5 seconds? So another sad truth about Christianity is a lot of people aren't well read in the church of their own book. So they're literally listening to somebody cherry pick verses to make points, and then they're doing you know, what people do politically is they just, oh, okay, and then they just stick to it until somebody has to pull out all the evidence and wring their hands and you know, jump through circles to get them to see the other side of it. So there's like just a lot of kind of like misinformation, and it's fragmented. But it's fragmented because if the church was united, it would be one of the most powerful political groups in the US.
And we have a separation of church and state, so
Yeah.
we're not forced under the same theology and theocracy that Middle Eastern countries are forced under, where
Right.
that you are going to study the religion, you live the religion.
Yeah, and we decide what is right, what is wrong. You don't. But in America, we get to, you know, individually, we get to pick groups. But the groups themselves, the strategy is that if we're divided, then we can't, you know,
Yeah.
fight against.
And here's the
Yeah.
thing, I feel like what causes that division is, well, the preacher's message. Like, think about it. One preacher will take a line out of it, or a whole, from taking a line to a whole story and having a completely different translation than the
It does
preacher
get
across the
tribal.
street. Yeah, preacher like to the next state over. Yeah, there is like a difference in message.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you can have like, let's just say, let's go back to Christianity in our understanding of it and how we preach it in America. You can have a Republican that says one thing based off of the Bible, and then a Democrat that reads it a totally different way, and says, no, that's the exact opposite.
Yeah, it is a lot of what we're seeing in the Democrat versus Republican, that bleeds over into the religious groups too. It's just that a lot of pastors don't get up there and speak on politics because they know that half their congregation is going to be upset, or half their congregation is going to be like thrilled.
Yep.
But it's going to get divided. So they would rather just focus on things that aren't. And the government's also been threatening pastors, saying, if you speak on politics, we'll take away your tax exemption status. So there's like a monetary incentive to kind of stay out of politics too. But there are pastors and church leaders that cross that line or get real cozy to that line, and that's their thing, and that's what draws people to them, because it's just not happening. But back in
hold on, not to interrupt you, Luke.
Yeah.
But that's the problem with going after churches, because the Republicans tend not to go after churches. But
Right.
what was the biggest threat to America under Biden? Like the Catholic Church. Like, they were actively pursued. So yeah, it's gonna lean a certain way. You can only talk on these instances. So the survival of the fittest, i.e. the people that play ball, are going to get concentrated in the church, and that's going to be what's preached.
Yeah, and what I was going to say was, back when the founding fathers were trying to sign the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all that, before they put their signature down, they all went to church at the same place, and the pastor there went through the Bible and explained like the origin of our laws and why, you know, from the Mosaic perspective, from, you know, a bunch of different angles. And then through prayer, they were able to come together and compromise in order to agree. So there is a lot of political strength if the church were to, speak the truth on the political issues as well.
All right. And all right, man. Thanks for explaining that, guys. Hey, appreciate you guys, but let's keep the video rolling. Whoops, wrong button. There we go.
I don't like leaping to conclusions with these Bible verses, but then came the Cold War and America needed allies in the Middle East, and Israel, a democratic Western aligned state, fit that bill. So presidents began using terms like Judeo-Christian values, in God we trust, and Israel became more than just a country. It became a symbol of moral clarity in a chaotic world. So by 1967, the 60-day war of Israel's military, they were victorious, and it was being talked about in church. She was like, it was a miracle. Best-selling books like The Last Great Planet, Earth connected every news headline to biblical prophecy. And suddenly Christians weren't just interested in Israel, they were obsessed. And by the 1980s, this obsession got political. Televangelists like Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson weren't just preaching salvation, they were preaching foreign policy. So groups like the Moral Majority turned pro-Israel theology into a Republican voting bloc. Evangelicals began to see Israel as God's timepiece. Every move the country made was seen as part of the countdown to the second coming. And here's the kicker. This belief system wasn't driven by Jews. It was driven by Christians. Christian Zionists now outnumber Jewish Zionists by tens of millions. And that's why politicians are terrified of them. So they organize massive rallies, pressure lawmakers, and fund trips to Israel for American politicians. Evangelical leaders like Pastor John Hagee say things like, quote, "The day America turns its back on Israel is the day God turns his back on America," end quote. So if you're hearing that every day of your life, starting in Sunday school when you're a little kid, it's going to have an impact on you. So this is why presidential candidates fall over themselves to prove how pro-Israel they are.
And all right. I mean, that's good. What you guys think about that?
Yeah. Also the church that I referenced, there were millions of people fasting for Israel, like that they'd come to know the Lord. And so what they were doing is they were foregoing like food for like a 40-day time period. So if you can imagine Christians all around the world not eating, but like intently praying for the nation of Israel to get saved, to get victory, all that stuff. That also contributed to a lot of what this the point that this guy's making.
Damn, there's people who literally fasted for Israel.
Hold on.
Yep, 40 days.
Whoa.
Millions.
Whoa. Yo. Yeah, that threw me back. I'm not even gonna lie. That called me.
Hold on, Set. Look in the chat. To Jacob Lawrence. Just post him on the wall of shame real quick.
Jacob Lawrence or Thomas. Oh,
here Jacob Lawrence. You're funded by Big Corp.
I am. Oh, hey, it's like they're all bought. Wonder why this live stream is so well produced. It's because it's backed by Big Corp. I'm Big Corp. I mean, all right. I promise you, I'm like a one-man army in here right now. But hey,
I'm not getting paid.
I'm not getting paid at all. I said how much? I think I've given you like $1,600 over the last 3 weeks.
Inshallah, monkey by the way. But yeah, actually yes, and actually yeah. So trust me, guys. I am viewer supported through and through. Like even me running the live the way it is, I miss out on AdSense this way. Believe it or not.
I like how they said it's so well produced.
It's well produced.
I was like, oh, well, thanks, man. I appreciate
you got some rando on the stream talking about whatever the heck he wants to talk about, and he should have seen it the other night when there was 6 people on here arguing. You could barely hear anything. Well produced. Oh man.
It's like, trust me, man. I was holding it together on that one.
He
That
was
one,
trying.
I overdid myself on that. With 6 people up here, I was like, all right, yeah.
I
It
just
felt like
imagine
my
like a train conductor in the middle of a winter storm, just like pulling levers and doing things just to keep the line on.
literally.
Well produced.
Like I said, it's a one-man army pulling all types of levers over here. But I do appreciate it, guys. I'll take that as a compliment.
It's not about Jewish voters, it's about Christian voters. Because here's the math. Evangelicals, they make up about 25 to 30% of the US population. Jews, they just make up 2%. So if you're a politician in a red state especially, or a swing state district, who are you more worried about upsetting? Exactly. Christian Zionists aren't just part of the Israel lobby. According to some experts, they are the Israel lobby. And their loyalty, it's not to a party, it's to the prophecy. And this is what makes the Christian Zionist movement so powerful and so unique. It's not about logic, it's not even about geopolitics. It's about destiny. They're pursuing something. And that brings us to the uncomfortable part. Christian Zionism is often the supporter of the most hardline Israel policies, things that even many Israeli Jews oppose. They back settlement expansion, they support total Israeli control over Jerusalem, they even oppose peace talks. They believe the end times require conflict in the Holy Land. It's a belief system that's not only political, it's apocalyptic. And here's where things get especially controversial. In their book, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, authors John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt argue that pro-Israel advocacy, especially from Christian Zionism and neoconservatives, played a major role in dragging the U.S. into the Iraq War. Now think about that. Paul Wolfowitz, Douglas Faith, Richard Pearl, all were key architects of the war. All had ties to pro-Israel think tanks, and all pushed hard for regime change in Iraq. Even though Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction and no link to 9/11, in 2002, Benjamin Netanyahu testified before Congress saying, quote,
"If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region."
And look at that. Not so much, Bibi.
Man.
What it did do was destabilize the region, kill hundreds of thousands of people, and fuel a generation of terrorism. And yet, many Christian Zionists supported it because they believed in it. It was part of a divine plan. The same playbook is being used with Iran today. Even when the U.S. intelligence found that Iran had halted its
BB is what you would call a false prophet, because everybody is just following him to the ends of their demise.
I mean, here's
treating
the thing.
him like he's the second coming of Jesus.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I always do wonder, like, how does the Israel expect the Middle East to look at them after this? Like, to be quite honest with you. And let's be real, the only way Israel was able to carry this off was under the protection of the United States.
And from the Christian perspective, we're just not told the stuff that I'm learning on your show. We're not told that he's unpopular. We're not told he's
I was told he was unpopular in 2019 from a Jew from Israel that came over the United States. Like, he was like, no, people fucking hate him over there because he's running
in the churches.
Yeah.
In the churches, they're not sharing the negatives. They're trying to keep a positive spin on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Which I hate that we're in this position, like, where it's almost like we've treated Israel like our little kid and protected them so much and thrown so much after them for it to turn out like this with BB at the helm of it. It's
I believe we took Israel's side way too many times, to the point where, like, the Middle East has a very distrust of the United States because it doesn't believe that our policies could ever separate from Israel's. So when you have that type of look of the United States, it kind of makes sense why a lot of these Middle Eastern countries don't really like us. It makes sense.
Well, I mean, they also don't like us because they see us as infidels. Like, you know, they pick their wives, they pay a dowry to the family for their wives. You cannot get a divorce. You like
Mhm.
that is another aspect of, it's not hatred, it's death to the infidel. We are infidels in their theocracy.
Well, yeah, and some of these more extreme regimes, I would say that for sure. Like in Iran's, yeah, we'd be considered infidels. But
Yeah.
I would not know that about, I don't know, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine.
And to add, I think it's more or less opportunists taking advantage of the ignorant Americans. So it's not necessarily Americans that are like, oh yeah, give them whatever they want. Ooh, look, they're causing all these problems. Yay. It's more like we're just not told the facts in the church because, you know, the church is trying to be their friend and ally in order to win them to the Lord. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's like I said, opportunists taking advantage of Americans' ignorance. So all this coming to light is a good thing.
Yeah, it is. And here's the thing though, it's like we try to shade over what's going on in Israel or the worship of Israel with, well, really, I mean, Muslim hate. And I get it. I do get that. One, Islam is not compatible with first world countries. Like that's just a fact.
It's
But
not it hey Set, it's not hate. Like no one is advocating to go destroy Islam. We want to live amongst it.
you sure, G? Come on now. Hey, do you not read the comments when I play the, when I play the pro Palestine side? You don't be reading those comments, G.
So Seth, from my perspective,
I remove those comments. So
from my perspective, when we hear Muslims or Islamic extremists, when they challenge us, we're like the person that's getting called out. We're like, we're not
always
gonna
on
back.
defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not going to back down. We're not going to back down. You know, we're proud of who we are, and we're brave too. So
But here's
like
the thing.
our response back is, we'll bring it then.
No, I get it. And I get why Christians are defensive, because you guys have been under attack like for the past 4 years. Especially when Islam was having its surge. Like you wouldn't
not
believe
even
how many
the past 4 years. Christians have been under attack forever. Forever. It is a generational after generational thing, and it's hard to break that. It's almost like
more about the media's perception of Christians.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if we're talking about persecution, I mean, shoot, what people or religion hasn't been.
It got amped up for sure, but like
Yeah.
the atheists and the other different religions, they really do team up against Christians.
They really did.
Yeah.
So I do get the defense of it, but that doesn't mean we should replace it with just the complete attack on. Like, here's the thing. I don't see Christians as just like, I don't believe that you all just think the same. You carry yourselves the same. Like, y'all different. I get that. There's extremist religious sets. I mean, there's one I can name is the KKK.
Yeah.
Just like there's extreme Muslim sets like the Ayatollah. But do we sit there and try to shame the entire religion just for an extreme group of people? Well,
I mean,
no, that's what we do, though.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Set. The other side does do that to Christians.
But Christians
That's
live
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
other side.
No,
I fucking
liberals attack Christians. Do you remember there was some Baptist
and conservatives attack Muslims. I mean,
not at the same degree.
They do, dog. They've been doing it every time a war propaganda pops off. It's in a straight attack on Muslims.
Well, hold on a sec. Let me clarify. We don't go out looking for the trouble, okay? But when
hold on. Now, Luke, hold on. You guys don't. Now, you guys don't. And I hope that you're not taking this as a personal attack. But
yeah,
I'm telling you what I've been seeing, like, because there's been the Christian Crusaders, like my man, what was the guy who destroyed Billy Carson? Like, there's Christians who are actually going out there to the forefront looking for the smoke.
Wes.
Yeah, Wes. Yes.
Yeah.
There's actually guys going out there looking for the smoke, and I'm not. And Wes does it on the more intellectual side, but there are guys who does it on the more hateful side or the more physical side of it. So it may not be you guys, but like I said, it's like there is a bit of a ignoring of extreme Christians, but all the magnifying glass is done on the extreme Muslims. That's just my only point right there.
I would say that the magnifying glass is put on them because they are the ones that are trying to oppress Christians. You know, for all the hate speech and shit that you want to throw out there, like I can say the most hateful shit that I want to, but that's not going to have any effect on a Muslim's life. What will have an effect on a Christian's life is, going overseas and then getting attacked, and you cannot walk down the street in a Muslim country
and
without following Sharia
that's
law.
what I was saying earlier. We Christians aren't specifically
Hold on
targeting
now.
them for violence.
Now, you guys say that Muslims are trying to be. Hold on, explain that again. Like how Muslims are being violent towards.
No,
absolutely. Just going down the street. If you break Sharia law, you get punishment.
But that's in their country. See, this is the problem
Right.
that we're thinking about.
That's
When
what
we
I'm
talk
saying.
about Muslims, don't talk about the Muslims here. And then it does seem that a lot of people try to radicalize that by bringing themselves outside of America. Remember, when they was creating all this propaganda against Muslims, the Muslims in America were the ones that was suffering it, not the ones who was being the real terrorists. The ones here.
But
that was my main problem.
It's not the
So
same.
I'm
because
just saying though, can you do that? Can you do that with Muslims in America? Yes, but can you do that in Sharia law country, which I do think is a bit unfair to bring up? But no, you can't.
Can I make a point?
Christians
Can I
are
make a
slaughtered
point?
on the street and made examples of.
So the Muslim hate and Islamophobia came after a massive terrorist attack. That does not happen on the daily. That is not the norm. That was a reaction, and people were emotional and sad and were looking for someone to blame. That is not how Christians carry themselves. That is, to this day, we haven't gone over to an Islamic country and fucking blown up their fucking world.
Well, actually,
after we've fought wars with them. That's a little bit differently. They weren't fighting a war. They killed.
I see your
3,000 civilians.
I see your point, Set. We are fighting them. It's just we got ships and planes. But what I'm saying is, if Christians
we didn't go over to Iraq
I would say
and
this.
start
If
an
we want to
insurgency.
bring up 9/11, then we'd actually have to be real about 9/11 and be real that the reason why 9/11 was carried out was due to the Christian support of Zionism in the Middle East, which drove those guys to do so.
Right. So if
the Bush family wanted a forever war, let's be honest.
But he came after the lie, saying that they're after our freedoms. But it was about our support for Israel in the Middle East.
He stoked up anger from the Christians, but it's not like Christians were like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to start making bombs and delivering them."
Right. Yeah. Think about this. With that happened, and that was bad. I agree. But Muslims can safely live within our country. Not their country. They can immigrate to this country and safely live.
Hold on now. To say that Muslims can't safely live in their country is a bit of a stretch.
Christians can't live safely in their country.
In Muslim countries. Yeah. Okay.
Right. You see what I mean? There's a difference between the aggressor and the person that's been persecuted.
Right.
Okay, I get behind that one. All right.
Sorry, it took me a minute to unravel it because I'm trying to parse my words.
And to clarify, Christians are pacifist. Soldiers aren't.
By
Christian
nature,
soldiers.
Yeah.
Christian soldiers are going over there, and maybe there's some religious hatred, and that, but if the Christian isn't a soldier, we're not attacking. But over there, it's part of their culture.
Their whole family's raised up. Like,
yeah.
Hold on, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, "Don't blame Christians for political actors." But isn't that what we do for Muslims, though?
No, absolutely not. So there's.
I mean,
So
isn't
that's
Saddam or Bin Laden, like, not
It's
everybody agree with
both.
them. They had their own political idea behind what they were doing.
right. There's a difference between politics and terrorism, though. Terrorism
But
is
then people
extreme
will consider our
politics.
politics terrorism, Monty. People consider our politics terrorism.
We're not killing people.
But I mean, Monty.
That's what terrorism is. Like, terrorism is violence, but with a political ideology behind it.
And that's what a lot of people believe, that what we're doing in a lot of these countries.
So the difference is their non-soldiers are killing Christians. Our non-soldiers aren't. We're not killing Muslims. That's the difference.
Right. Like, we don't. A Muslim doesn't walk past me and I don't spit on him.
Right.
Like that's just I want to say microaggression, but in the context of you could lose your life, that is a minor thing. Like that is what that's the premise that you need to prepare. Like even even women that are in the military that go overseas wear a
Oh my
hijab.
God. Somebody said "death to the chant," death to America chant, and I'll be real with you. I was hearing that until I figured out we had a whole song called "Bomb Iran."
Bomb, 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 Iran.
Bomb Iran, bomb Iran, and it was a banger. But we can't sit there and say and get mad at their "Death to America" chant. We had a banger called "Bomb Iran."
But S.E.T,
Yeah,
you
bomb,
are over.
bomb military. Hold on. Bomb military targets.
They didn't say that. They said we're gonna turn Iran into a parking lot. Bomb Iran. It's not like, let's be real. Come on, guys.
But S.E.T, you are overlooking the minutia of it. Okay, we're not a culture built around that. They are a culture built around persecuting Christians. Okay, they are. And they defend the terrorists, you know, the people planting bombs on the roadside to kill Marines. The civilians are protecting them. The Hamas and like the people around them, they'll replace Hamas when they die with other civilians. So
here's the thing too, that like my mom, I keep bringing my mom up because she's the most first-hand account that I have of this. So if it looks like I'm just sucking up to her, I'm not. I'm just bringing like some sort of experience to the table. She said like the message that Saddam gave his people that the Americans are here to rape your children, steal your farms, everything like that. And there was a lot of insurgency because that's what those people thought. When that's one of the reasons that we changed our rules of engagement to just not shoot at anybody that shoots at you unless you take a casualty.
But then we kind of take a risk by putting like a whole military base there, even though they didn't want it. So then we kind of like force our military power on them.
So, I mean, the guy was a brutal dictator. So yeah,
that's what we said. But then when we killed him, it got even worse.
It got worse because of all of the propaganda that was being put out. I
would say this: if there's one thing we can never find out, that could these guys have worked out without our interference?
I have a question.
I doubt it.
S.E.T, I have a question.
Yeah.
Did the Democrats, did the Bush family, did they want peace in the Middle East, or did they want to tear things up and
did they want to fund Lockheed Martin?
Yeah, did they want to shift the power balance, or did they want peace in the Middle East?
Now, back in that day, I do believe
like Hillary.
Oh no. Okay, we all know the neoliberals and neoconservatives. Yeah, those guys did not want peace in the Middle East.
She clapped when Gaddafi died. You saw that.
Yeah.
And Bush, he was very, like, the way he worded the war on terrorism, there was no start, date. There is no end date. It was just
the
was
word
like,
war on terrorism, the global war on terrorism, leaves it open ended. We can just go
yeah,
attack anybody whenever we
it
want.
was like them declaring jihad on the Middle East. So I just think that there's a political back and forth. There's a political group that doesn't want to tear things up like the other group does. And
Think about it this way, Set. So
Hold
Osama
on.
bin
Let's see.
Laden.
Hold on. Why are we okay? So you guys keep
Sorry.
acting like these guys aren't going off American aggression here, and I get what you guys are saying. Their atrocities are terrible. I don't agree with what they did, but I do like how I don't like how we just try to make these guys seem like madmen who just hate us for no reason, but other than their religion. That's just a lot.
I mean, no one just blindly hates somebody. Everybody feels founded in their hatred. Like,
Yeah, but
hatred
it
is a
kind of seems
strong.
like we just validate their reasons and and I'm cool with that. Like, trust me, I'm okay that we're winning every situation. But I'm never gonna sit here and pretend like, oh, well, like we didn't do shit to them, and we didn't just do things to disable their whole like economy. We did things to disable their friends around them. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like we didn't do that, even though I'm happy that we did because we won in the end. Did it cause more problems down the end? Of course. Were there are problems? No.
I just think what Trump did was completely different from the Obama administration, from the Clintons, from the Bushes, from Biden. His in and out, no casualties.
Was totally unorthodox.
And guys, here's the thing though. I don't think we can honestly imagine what these people think or feel. Well, I can kind of imagine it. If these almighty powerful Americans just came out of nowhere, I don't really know the situation, but I know they bombed my friends and family. Then a terrorist group later on down the line tell me about how these Americans bomb my friends and family.
So that's the thing, Set. They did not.
And then now they're raising their whole entire generation on this premise of America's evil. Like,
right. So you're working on a false premise based off of propaganda. We did not go over there and bomb women and children. We did not go over there and bomb families.
No. That's not me saying it. That's them. That's what they teach them.
Exactly. So that is you just because someone was lied to doesn't mean that they're founded in the wrongdoing that they do because of that lie.
Okay, you're right. But is that true for every Middle Eastern country that teaches them that? You're saying that we never did anything to them?
No. There's hard evidence that says that when the United States carries out a mission, that it is 100% for military, military strategy, or like when we went over there and bombed the hell out of Iran for 24 hours, all we hit was Saddam's infrastructure and Saddam's military bases so that he could lose his grip over the Iraqi people. That's all we did. And he went over there and said, see what they did to me? They're going to do that to you. And just propagated it over and over and over again. And some of the people were like, oh, fuck, I'm going to lose everything. And that's what created a lot of extremism. It was unfounded extremism, but it's like the liberal media fear-mongering people now. That's what they did.
Yeah. And the amount of propaganda in our country concerning like transgender and
now hold on, guys. I am talking about the stand. You guys are kind of like lasering in on a topic that you can kind of the problem going 2-on-1 though, but it's all good.
It's just.
But no, it was a great point though. I do hear your point though, but when I relate that, like I hear you.
We're attacking you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm okay with it. It's just I'm like, all right, I hear your point with the Iran situation, but then I'm like, there's other countries that we've definitely disabled and
what country?
Sudan?
Can you where we have went
Obama?
over there? Well, I mean, I can't defend Obama, but even with Obama, when he was attacking and using drone strikes, they were strategic drone strikes against specific enemies of the United States that had committed war crimes against the United States.
And in those strikes, do we not take out civilians? Like, look, I'm okay with
our
it.
hands are dirty. Our hands are dirty.
Thing,
just
though,
not
like,
as dirty.
We can't get mad at them, and I get it. We can defend ourselves from them, I just sit there and just can't paint people as all evil when we've done evil to
No,
them.
no, we're not. I don't think we've done
But
evil
that's
to
how
them,
y'all
and I
kind of
don't.
coming off.
I don't
Our
think
hands
that
are
all of those
dirty.
people are evil. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're all evil. I think they're a group of people that are scared because their life is constantly in turmoil because of their leaders.
America will start a war over the dollar, okay? And that's different, but it's somewhat similar to them starting a war over religion.
I feel like we need a Muslim up here because I feel we're being unfair right now. We need to have a Muslim up here
So
to
that's the
defend
thing.
themselves.
A Muslim doesn't need to defend themselves, in my opinion. A Muslim does not need to defend themselves.
But damn,
What
it's like
need-
saying you don't care what they think about.
No. I absolutely care what they think. What I'm saying is they have nothing to defend. They've done nothing wrong. We have to defend our actions.
Now, bro, if you actually hear it out, these Muslims, they have all the list in the world of what America has done to some of their countries, some of their neighbors. Oh, they have a list for us. It's just that we don't hear them out. I kind of think what you said kind of like proved their point.
Is it what they've experienced or what they've been told by people who are lying to them?
Well, a lot of it from what they experienced, and you're also right from what people told them or fed them a story and what they've been lied to about of America's atrocities. But then some people also their parents came from some of these atrocities, or
It's propaganda fueled conflict on both sides. You're right, Set. It's propaganda fueled conflict on both sides, but
like
we're a little more civilized about it than they are. We have more power. We could do a lot more damage if damage was the goal. And to Monty's point, that's not what we're doing. But if they could, they would be. They would be sending.
Honestly, in my honest opinion, I think that if they could, then we just leave them alone and we'd have that mutual respect.
No, so I want to give you a perfect example.
Over 100%.
Yeah,
if we had the same amount of power, you think the Muslim countries
they
would just
not the same?
War with us?
Not the same. If they had more power than us, we'd already be speaking their language.
I mean, bro, let's be real. Let's be real. We have more power than them, and we already control most of their leaders. So who are we to judge?
But they're not slaves to us as we would be to them.
Bro,
that's the difference.
We control some of their leaders. Like, how can we say that honestly? Like, the Jordan guy, we control him. We literally control most of their leaders, guys. Let's be honest here.
Here's the difference. Here's the
Middle
difference.
East, Middle East.
Yeah, we put a lieutenant in Leavenworth because he committed. He shot at an unarmed civilian. Now, if an Al Qaeda operative shot at a civilian and the roles were reversed, he would be celebrated. We put him in Leavenworth. Like that's the difference between their way of thinking and ours. They want
hold on. My point here was that we can't say that, oh, well, we're using our power better when, let's be real though, like the way you guys are framing it, if they have more power than us, they take us over. Well, that's exactly what we're doing with them, and we have more power than them, and we've taken over most of their country damn near by like leader proxy.
We have not taken over. We absolutely have not taken over. We're not telling them that they must worship. Hold on.
I mean, we got Jordan. We got Iraq. We got Pakistan. I mean, we run these guys.
The Taliban runs Iraq and Afghanistan right now.
Hold on.
Well, my bad.
Syria. Hold on. Set.
Yeah.
We were over there to fight for the US dollar, the oil, the poppy fields, all that stuff. That wasn't Americans voting for that. That was our government just wanting what they
we
had.
Have the power, so we took it. Like I said, now you guys didn't want to take my argument of, well, if they had mutual power and we had mutual destruction like we do with Russia, we'd be cool.
I don't teach my kids.
But what we're proving is that since we do have that power, we do bully these guys into whatever we want them to do.
I don't teach my kids to go to heaven. You got to go over there and take their land.
Oh no,
you know what I'm saying? I'm not teaching my kids, hey, you know what? These guys are Satan. You know, I'm not
these
teaching
guys are
my
baby.
kids.
Oh, and my bad.
Baby eaters.
I meant Syria. My bad, Syria.
I'm I'm not teaching
Well,
my
we got
kids
involved in
that.
Syria because Gaddafi was gassing his people.
No. Current Syria. Remember the regime change currently through Assad? Like how Israel kind of helped Syria overthrow Assad, and now we got this new guy in here.
Set.
Yeah.
Read the super chats.
Got you. Appreciate. Oh crap.
Castro just yelled at me.
All right, got you. He said, shout out my man Castro. God is vengeance. Anything else is wrong and a sin. Shout out to my man Castro. And he said, shout out Nisi Jones. She said, why do Mormons try to convert Christians? Wait. Luke, you want to tackle that one?
There's more of us.
He said it's more just on the sheer numbers of it. But all right, guys. All right. Well, then, wow, we got into a bit of a Middle Eastern debate right there.
I mean, to be fair, Christians are trying to convert Mormons too.
The premise that you're set is absolutely correct. And if you look at it from one side, if you look at it from the way they see it, they're just being taken over, and Americans are trying to force their way of life. We don't care how they live. We just don't want them to come over here and force their way of life on us, which is what we're seeing in countries like the UK. We're starting to see it in New York. We're starting to see it in Michigan. That is what is happening. We do not want that in our country.
We forced our military aggression on them, and they forced their way of life on us.
Nah,
I mean,
it's
crap.
not
It's a little
as
bit different
simple
than
as
that.
It's not as simple as that. There's been a back and forth, and it's like the cop taking away the person in custody's weapon away. They're not going to give it back to them just because they're in handcuffs. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to give it back.
That's a good analogy.
Them. They're going to wait for them to get released, and then they have to come back to the place and pick it up themselves, and not giving dirty looks when they're doing it. We're
the big bad police officer that can just kind of decide what people get to do.
We're the more powerful, prosperous country. They want to take us over. We're not going to give them the ability to do that. Their government, the people,
no. It's not about giving them I know. Here's the thing. I'm not for giving these guys the ability. I just want to call a spade, and we're talking about what they would take us over when that's kind of what we did to them.
No, that's totally like we did not take them over. Taking them over means we can move over there freely without getting beheaded.
Right.
That's what taking them over would
they
look
still
like.
have their religion. We wouldn't have that option if they came over here and took over us.
We're basically keeping the Western way of life sustainable by not letting them try to overtake it.
But Set, you are right. It's complicated, and the other side doesn't get to make its point enough. That's why you felt like getting another Muslim in would be beneficial. But I don't think they're looking at it
just because, like I said,
they're looking at it rationally. I don't think they're looking at
Muslims can't look at things rationally.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm
saying the theocracy that they're like, it's like the North Koreans. They're basically brainwashed from the moment that they wake up that America is this horrible thing, and you don't want that. I want you to keep control over them.
And it's a religion that promotes world domination. Christians aren't trying to dominate the world. We're not.
We used to.
Wait,
Great Britain wasn't Christian, or am I tripping?
That was Germany. That was
Great Britain wasn't Christian though. Like that was like the biggest empire in history. Roman Catholic Empire.
You're right. You're right. The Catholic Church, it probably shared a lot of similarities to like the way things are. But
that's the thing. We don't run. That's the thing. Maybe we should be mad at Britain. Not the United States. They're not saying death to Britain.
Christianity just so happened to be the most powerful group of people. Christians just happen to be the most powerful group of people throughout time, so they were able to enforce their will. Like
we weren't
like that.
We weren't.
I mean, it was being naturally
Christians build the most prosperous societies. Let's keep it a buck.
Well, it facilitates economic growth, being able to forgive and forget and treat other people like you'd want them to be treated. But Muslims don't teach that. They don't teach that.
Don't teach what? Having common ground?
Look,
No, they
Like I
don't.
said,
If
they
you're
do.
an infidel,
See, come on now, that's not fair. You
if
guys are
they're
acting as
beheading
if you know
people-
religion that you don't practice, that you never read the full Quran on. Come on now, guys, that's not fair. And when I said I need to bring a Muslim up here, they would tell you, yo, no, we don't teach that. That's not in our book. These are radicals that you are taking for Islam. Just like if we took the
that's a cop
KKK
out.
for if we took the KKK for Christianity, then only Christians could be white. I mean, then only
Okay,
well,
okay.
whites could be Christians.
Hold on. I got a point.
So KKK is not in power, though. The KKK does not have any.
Monty, that wasn't the point, though.
Oh,
I got a point. The slavery in the South. Okay, there were white people fighting the slave owners to free them, and when they lost, they got hung like the slaves trying to escape. Okay, that's a fact.
Yep.
Where are the Muslims fighting for the Christians in their country so they can have some peace? Where are they?
Well, here's the thing, though. Like I said, you have to ask the Muslims on how they feel about that one, my man.
I'll see. I know a guy.
From a very disingenuous place. We're assuming it. So, and I see why you're assuming that because you're on the teams of Christians. That's why I would think that wouldn't it be fair to talk to a Muslim, or you guys go out there and talk to a Muslim, see how they actually feel about this, instead of you guys putting the Christian lens on everything.
So who is?
I have a guy
they
that's from
turn their own
Pakistan I
family
can bring on
members
here.
in. They turn their own family members in. Who's out there fighting for Christians? They aren't. But
now,
we have
hold on,
people
now,
here-
Luke. Can we sit there and say that these people, and like I don't agree with it. I don't at all. But some people agree that Christians don't mix in well with Islam and they don't want them there. And I'm be real with you, I don't like that. I don't like that. So who are we to tell them that when we kind of do the same thing here?
We have people here fighting.
We
for
don't
them.
do that though.
We
We
have
let them in
people-
our
We just
society.
spent the whole time just pretty much saying that they're not compatible, you know, like that they can barely live here. They were like, come on, guys.
No, but just think of all the pro-Muslim
but they
people
do.
that aren't
They do
Muslim
live here, though.
Okay, and Christians live in also Muslim countries as well. Is that not true?
But they're that's what I'm saying. They're persecuted.
But do they? But you guys are pulling out the extremes as if those are the only ones that exist. There are Christians living peacefully in Muslim countries.
Yeah,
but you guys are pulling the extremes.
But I would say if it was equal, then Muslims would be spit on and beheaded, and have all of their property taken from them.
Does that go down in every Muslim country, Monty? Everyone?
As far as I know, anyone
that.
There are cases that you can follow from every country. Yes.
Not every country, dog. Not every country does that to Christians. Not every. There are Muslim countries that Christians can go in there and live happily in.
I mean, China's doing it. China takes the pastor, tortures him until he gives up his congregation.
But China's kicking out Christians and Muslims, though. They just like a Marxist state in a way. They don't
look,
like any religion.
I'm just adding more fuel to the fire, I guess.
Good
point. But
now we're arguing in 5 dimensions instead of 2.
But there are Christians here that will defend the right for Muslims to practice their religion here. Just like there are Christians that will say, no, go back to your country. All that. But over
here's the
there,
thing, guys, I've actually heard Muslims speak out for the rights of Christians to practice their religion as well. So if you guys think you're the only one that's doing it, that is hilarious. I'll be real with you.
Was it here?
Bro, here no, they're in other countries, dog. They're in Muslim countries speaking up for Christians. But I'm being real with you.
Well, maybe
their voice don't get
that's
recognized because they're the unpopular opinion.
All right,
So we
congratulations.
can't say that it doesn't happen, but it is an unpopular opinion. Just like it's an unpopular opinion for me as an American to speak up for Muslims. The way your guys giving me shit right now, don't you think the same Muslim guy speaking up for Christian getting the same shit?
Well, first of all, I'm not giving you crap, Set.
We're debating. I'm not giving you shit.
Bro,
I don't
look
at you. I don't look at you as less because you're defending somebody. That's what I'm saying.
No. Like giving me shit is like, come on, guys. Like we're going back and forth about it. It is the debate. That's what I mean. I'm not trying to say you guys are attacking me.
Oh,
right.
I was gonna say I'm not trying to. I'm sorry.
Oh no. You're attacking my idea. You're not attacking me. I get it.
Yeah.
Yes. And you pointed out some bigotry, I guess. If it's true that there are Muslims out there doing what non-slave owners did in the South, then I'm wrong. I'm just flat wrong. Okay. I didn't think that there were.
I would say this, bro. Think about it like this: we are cool with a lot of Muslim countries to the point where they won't attack Christians.
Yeah,
we are actually cool with a decent amount, not all of them, not the most powerful
right.
of them, I'll admit, but
Because
we
they're
got
not
some good guys
Rusty.
out there. But I will admit, you guys are bringing up some pretty good points, though. I will admit, because there are extremists, and
Well,
when
you got me to doubt
hear
everything I believe, Set.
huh? I said what?
You're the one winning the argument.
Really? I don't think so. I ain't gonna lie. I was like,
no, I conceded. I guess I found some bigotry, in myself. I thought it was. Go ahead.
I guess my point is, I see what you're saying, and in spite of what you're saying, I still do not believe that the playing field is equal for Christians in a Muslim country versus Muslims in a Christian country.
Can you at least admit that, Set? It's not the same.
Yeah,
there is but
like
it's
the way you're talking about, like opportunity, well, like the playing field, like
opportunity, like the opportunity to
expression of
live.
religion, right?
If things were reversed, would it be the same?
And I don't think
Muslims ran America.
Yeah.
No, well,
I don't think
just
it'd be the
if
same.
everything was reversed.
Oh, you mean if Muslims had the over dominating power and all that good stuff?
And they were here militarily, and they were taking out our leaders and putting in Muslim ones, and Christians were out protesting. And
I mean, absolute power corrupts. So I mean, since we doing it, I mean, who are we to say that they won't do it at a worse degree? Like I would say, they probably do it at a way more extreme degree than what we're doing to them. I'll be real with you on that.
And that's why I
us
argue
doing our proxy shit. They would probably be over here like beheading any Christian or beheading anybody who speaks against Islam. So
that's what they do anyway. Absolutely, they would
even
do
like
that.
the roadside, just pulling people out of cars, asking them what the Quran says. If they don't know,
they don't do that.
If they don't know,
that's what Pakistan did in India.
I don't know, man. That's
exactly. If Pakistan, you just proved my point. If Pakistan did that in India, what's that?
Oh, Pakistan. Oh, you said Pakistan did that in India, right?
If Pakistan did that in India, what's to stop them? What if they had the same force, the same firepower, the same military will that we have? What do you think they would do if they've already proven that that's what they do? We don't go over to Middle Eastern
because
countries
they
and
do it
pull
because
people
they
out.
believe that there's a persecution of their people. Ironically, the same reason why we say, "Oh, there's a persecution of Christians," they believe that there's a persecution of Muslims going on in India.
Right, exactly. So they believe there's a persecution. So what is their response to it? To commit genocide, essentially.
I mean, here's the thing, though.
Convert
they
or
also
die.
believe that their people
Convert
were
or die.
killed as well.
What's that?
Their people. Oh, okay. We're talking about the Pakistan India side, but we're talking about America, right?
I'm talking about jihad versus infidels. We are the infidels, and they are committing jihad in the name of Islam. The extremists are committing jihad in the name of Islam onto us. If they were given the chance, they would absolutely wipe it out in their
Now
image.
here's the thing. If we understood Islam better, you would understand that Islam, these guys will attack anybody who they believe is on their land. So when we put military bases there, we attack it and all that good stuff. Even on the behalf of other countries, they are going to fight us over that. So this is why I believe, and a lot of Muslims who told me this, that if America would just like keep their hands off us, we wouldn't do anything to them, because we don't believe in attacking people who don't bother us.
Seth, there was a point in time where we weren't even involved in the Middle East, and this configurated. So
I mean, wait, when was that? Because I mean, since Israel, we've been involved in the Middle East.
Israel, we've been a country for 249 years as of the other day. So
250
is 249, 1775 or 1776. My bad.
Okay.
250 is next year.
So what are we doing this 250 celebration?
Yeah, that's what confused me.
Yeah,
that's next year. The army was created before the country was.
Okay.
Yeah. So my point in all this is we have been a country peacefully existing with Muslims for 200 out of those 250 years, but suddenly there's a problem, and it's not it hasn't been completely
I think I already identified
peaceful.
the problem though, because based off their religion, if you impose on their land, they will attack over that. And
Also,
we
they
did
were
that.
attacking our ships. They were attacking
Our ships and the Barbary pirates.
Yeah, way back the founding fathers, and they were like, "Why? Why are you attacking us? We're not attacking you." And
You have to pay a summon to fucking do trade in what they claimed were their waters.
So we weren't following the law. So we weren't following the laws that they set down and they attacked us.
We were peaceful.
Right, but I mean, that was back in the day, right?
Yeah,
hold on. You tell me because of that attack that they feel like we crossed their rules.
That's just one example. That's just one example of them.
I get the example, but you're kind of saying, well, we kind of crossed their lines, and because we did that, they didn't like that. They're not peaceful.
You gave them too much room.
Monty, that's not too much room. Come on.
You gave
pretty
him
much
an
saying that.
inch. He took a mile.
So that's the thing. It was an unjust system of the Ottoman Empire,
right?
To try to take over the world, and we were just trying to do trade, and we weren't
was the Ottoman Empire the over dominating force?
And our policy.
We just try to go against that force and just say,
hold on.
what y'all talking about? We want to do what we want to do, America.
No foreign entanglements.
Here's the thing: they were not the over dominating force. No one wanted to fuck with them. It was cheaper just to pay them off than to fight them. We were like, nah, we're not gonna fucking pay you. We're gonna fucking fight.
Yeah, we fought over 3%
So didn't that mean we got violent? We didn't want to pay them.
They're holding us ransom. Yeah, we're gonna get violent. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Well, I mean, we could have turned the hell around. We didn't have to fight them. I mean, I'm just playing, but I'm glad that we fought them. But let's be real, though. We did cross a line with these guys.
They don't get to impose the line, though. That's the thing.
Bro, we don't get to set the line, but we did.
All right, Set. We're both dead. We're both dead. You killed us both. We're done.
All right, we'll go ahead and move.
I feel like I just got my head cut off by a katana.
Yeah. Fatality.
All right. Yeah. All right, well, sure, we can go ahead and get on to the next video. Pete Hegseth actually just dropped an interview, so let's go over to our favorite military.
Thank you so much for spending some time with us. We all miss you on our screens all the time. How has this been? This has been a big career change, but you are serving at such an important time right now.
Well, it's the honor of a lifetime. It really is. And to get a chance, I mean, I wish everybody could have an opportunity at the cabinet level to watch how President Trump operates, how he truly puts America first in every scenario and looks at problem sets from a totally different direction. My job is to revive the warrior ethos inside the military, get back to basics. And so what would I do in a perfect world if I could do that? That's not how Washington normally works. Usually there's, well, you got to play this game and check this box and go through this protocol. Not under President Trump. It's, hey, how do we fix it as boldly as possible so that the warfighters have what they need in the environment they need to be successful. Thinking tactically, operationally, and strategically. And when you look at what the president's accomplished in just 150 days, he's set the tone for a whole different ballgame for America first. And it's really been an honor to be a part of it.
You moved your whole family here. And what I think a lot of us in our family realize is that when you have one person who serves, it's not just that person, it's kind of the whole family.
Well, and it's been a family thing from the beginning. I couldn't do this without my wife. She's been right there by my side. She's been my rock. But then also,
if anybody remember Pete Hegseth's hearing, I mean, his family has quite the extended family, and I mean, quite the players pass. I'll give him that one.
The kids don't know what to think of it, right? They're, I'm just dad to them, but they get to see some neat things. And I hope what they're exposed to inspires them. That's really what I don't want them to think it's so cool they get to see this or ride on this. I want them to see the courage and the honor and the commitment of the men and women who serve.
We've seen you at so many different opportunities out working out with the troops. They're, side by side with them. What kind of feedback do you get from them when you're out there doing that? That's amazing.
You get honest feedback.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what I want.
Right.
It wasn't that long ago that I was in their shoes. feeling like someone like the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of the Army, they're so detached they can't understand. And I've tried to close that gap.
So I decided to join the Secretary of Defense during one of his workouts with troops at Fort McNair in D.C. You've been absolutely killing it. And I said, I can't come here to Fort McNair without a workout with you. So we're going to do a workout. And you guys have changed the standards for the military. That was something when you came in, you talked a lot about. Tell me about that and why that was important to do.
We're trying to set the standard and raise the standards, right? I mean, one of the most basic things you can do in the military is do PT in the morning.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do, get back to basics. And that's why we do this when I travel around. I do PT with the troops all the time.
Yeah, we love seeing
That's fucking awesome.
You can do it because, carrying a rucksack or carrying an artillery round or carrying your buddy across the battlefield, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You just need to be able to meet the standard. And so I have a feeling, you guys watch, come on. She's going to meet the standard. I'm going to struggle today. That's okay. That means we have high standards.
Okay, see, you guys are more experienced with this thing than I am.
Oh, good. I got one more.
That's a leader right there, Set. That in the military, that is what the military is looking for.
I mean,
let's go.
Real. I mean, shoot. You remember the old defense secretary?
The fat fucking. Oh.
Yeah. Yep. The fat black guy. Yeah, he wasn't doing this.
So hold on. Set. The gladiator, and he's like just slaughtering the guys, and he looks at the audience, and he's like, "Are you not entertained?"
Not entertained.
Set. Go ahead. Say that line to the chat. See.
Chat. Are you not entertained?
That's like.
Yeah, my bad, Monty. Go ahead.
That I'm just trying to give Hegseth a shout out because that is what the military looks for in leadership. That is a damn good leader. That is a huge morale boost.
I mean, having the head, basically the head of the military sitting down, working out with you guys and all that good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And it motivates the hell out of you, if not anything but to beat him.
I mean, no, facts. I mean, let's be real. Like, if you let Hegseth beat you, that old man, like, really?
Yeah, you can't get beat by old man Hegseth.
I'm telling you, the man doing like 40, 50 push-ups with gray hair still. He that guy. But past the training montage, let's go ahead and get back to the actual interview.
And tactically, overall, because it was so impressive, I think, to the entire world.
Well, it shows you the skill and capabilities of the United States military.
Oh, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said Catholicism is not Christianity. Really?
It's like it's a very, very, it's derived from Christianity. It's like an evangelical viewpoint, but it's like extreme Islam.
Really? That makes sense.
Hold on. You're gonna.
I say light.
You're gonna have to let Dr. Luke say something.
Go ahead.
Catholicism, making the Pope as close to Jesus as they did, giving him the authority to interpret the scriptures in a particular way, just gave the church too much power. And militarily, the Pope was forgiving, people that came back from the Crusades and, after doing all that stuff. And so in my opinion, I think that the true church actually split from the Catholic Church with Luther. And,
I can see why.
Yeah, but it's not, they're not as bad as, some of the other offshoots, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, they actually have even worse. What is it called?
Traditions. Or
doctrines.
practices. Oh, doctrines. Okay.
Yeah. Like practice beliefs.
All right. So what you're saying, honestly, it always did kind of like perplex me because I went to like a Catholic private school and I always just say like, all right, so what's this hype about the Pope? I thought it was about, the Trinity here. But then the Pope, has this has this authority. So I could see why people want to separate from that. I get it. I can see why that kind of does go out the traditional or the foundation.
Catholic is a very, very, very strong whiskey, as like Christianity's like a nice bush.
Oh, bro. Wearing
Bush Light.
protection or contraceptives is like forbidden. I was like, whoa. But all right.
And yes, it was an attack on Iran.
And one more for my man Foley. Shout out Foley, man. He says only thing more scary than an American military dogs with hold on. Only thing more scary than American military dogs with night vision is gay Vikings. Oh shit. Oh. I mean, you know what? I can only imagine.
Iran's nuclear sites, which they refused to give up through negotiations.
But
the rest of the world paid attention too. Other countries noticed exactly what America can do. That we can fly halfway around the world. Nobody knows about it. And an enemy, which, until recently was quite capable, didn't see it and couldn't shoot at it. And their nuclear facilities are destroyed. And our bombers land right back in Missouri 36 hours later. It is one of the most brilliant efforts in our military history. All the love and credit goes to those in uniform who pulled it off. But again, our commander-in-chief set the tone, and now we've got a whole different set of opportunities.
You got to see him in a moment that maybe none of us ever will. In this critical time, in the Situation Room, how was that?
Watching President Trump make those decisions reveals yet again the core that everybody knows and loves about him, which is he puts America and Americans first. He wants to know
someone shooting outside my house.
The risk level of that mission. He wants to know how long it will take. He wants to know how many men and women it'll affect. When we thought the strike was going to happen on one of our bases, we had already done everything we could to minimize the manning on those bases, to say we don't want any U.S. casualties. And he said, I want more people off that base. I want every person except the folks shooting the Patriot missiles off that base, because I don't want a U.S. casualty. Once he makes that call, because he knows it's in the best interest of the country, it gives you the clarity to say, okay, let's execute.
So there were so many people in the legacy media after this successful strike who seemed to try to downplay it, seemed to try to question the significance of it and whether or not it had actually even been successful. What did you make of that?
Well, with every passing day, we're seeing more and more reflections, which we can't reveal, but that indicate with an even greater assessment that we know how devastating the attack was on Iran's nuclear capabilities. It didn't surprise, I know it doesn't surprise you. It's like TDS is in their DNA. They are so deranged by President Trump that they have to find a way to try to undercut him. The media stared at the 3 holes on top of Fordo and said, well, look at those small, without understanding the devastation underneath, which is why I said if you want an assessment, you're going to need a big shovel, because you're going to need to go deep under that mountain to look at what actually happened. So a little bit of taking a little patience, assessing the actual data is what this moment should be.
I feel like the night before they had that announcement and they were explaining everything, I was purely going off of speculation and just what I understand about fucking math and physics and how it works. When they came on the next day and basically reworded everything I said just more professionally, I felt so smart. It was like
shout out Monty.
I was like, just look at it, just objectively look at it, and it's easy to tell. And they're like, yeah, look, here's what happened. Like, I don't know the specifics of what happened, but I was able to deduce it just by looking at it objectively.
Yeah, you did predict that it caved in on itself. He definitely did predict that one. Like, bro, he didn't outright said it. He didn't even make it as a prediction. So I ain't gonna lie. Monty kind of played like a Notre Dame role on that one.
Because like I understand, like I'm a firefighter, so I understand, building construction and fatigue limits of different materials. It's like, no, that shit caved in on itself because they turned the whole place into a fucking bomb. Essentially, they overpressurized it, and that's what he said. He's like, yeah, we basically overpressurized everything. I was like, oh my God.
Man.
But President Trump's instinct at the beginning, based on his understanding of what those weapons could do and that they were delivered properly at the right place, he said those places were obliterated, and he was right.
The B-2 pilots and the crew. People want to know, can you tell us anything about the crew? We know one of them was a woman. Do we have any playlists? Do we have any snacks, food? What can you tell us?
What I do know is it's a different breed of individuals, right? And you have to think about how much training goes into game time. And that's why I think there's been so much excitement and appreciation for what these crews did, because they're the latest iteration of B-2 crews and others, many of which trained for a mission like this for years. I look at them and go, you're a special breed. I couldn't do what you do. I don't know what was in your playlist. I don't know how you slept. I don't know how you went to the bathroom. I want to know those details, and we'll find out on a B-2 flight, 36 hours. But I respect the hell out of what you did, and I'm proud of my nation because of what you were willing to do.
Since you've been in this role, we've seen recruiting numbers across the military skyrocket. I mean, it's been pretty amazing to watch in a short amount of time what you've been able to do as Secretary of Defense. What are your goals going forward over the next 3.5 years?
Keep going. Keep going. Driving change into institutions is
this guy makes me want to join him
and
so bad.
The response of the American people, the immediate response of recruiting is incredibly, it inspires the building. But it's a big bureaucracy. There's still resistance to change at certain places. There's reforms that need to be made so we get weapon systems, planes, ships, submarines, munitions into the hands of our warfighters faster. Washington, D.C. it can be very good at paying too much and taking too long. And if you have a businessman, which we do as Commander-in-Chief, he has an expectation that we get it under cost and faster. So there's a ton of work left to be done to sort of truly put the America First fingerprints stamp on the Defense Department. We've just gotten started.
Well, we are wishing you great success. Good luck with everything. We're all watching. We're all so proud. And thanks for spending a little time with us today.
Hey, Sean.
Alrighty. Whoops.
Joining us now.
Double tap. All right, guys. Now let's get over to this Theo Von interview with, well, I say our favorite Republican grandstander, Thomas Massie.
Oh, God.
So, first of all, Theo Von is way more intelligent than he lets on. And I can't believe how this Thomas Massie guy can think that these politicians would actually vote for something that wasn't loaded with pork.
What's strange about Thomas Massie as well is that, he was one of the guys who voted nay and changed his vote to yes.
I know, but like, can he is what he's saying is that all we have to do is just vote for the people that won't put pork in a bill, and then it's going to get solved.
That's like saying tell all the politicians to stop taking bribes from APAC. It's real easy.
Enough with the corruption.
Cool. Now, how do you solve it? Because those politicians are the same ones that are funded that are going to be voting on it.
Well, all right, guys. Hold on real quick. Shout out to my man Anonymous. He says, "Sup, guys? Can't stay long. Just showing some love." Hey, man. Shout out to the supporters, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, Monty, what you saying?
I was saying that's just like saying, all we got to do is this. Yeah, you're right. That is all we got to do. Now get it passed.
Man, and you're right. But here's the thing that confused me about Massie. I wonder, I'm like, Massie, I would want him to explain what about the bill changed that you now want to, go ahead and vote it in now. I kind of want an after the bill interview with this man. Like, hey, so you was, how you had this whole campaign, you was on every news publication, news station, pretty much saying this bill is bad, but you voted yes on it. What changed?
Was it just a tactic to throw the Dems off?
I mean, maybe.
But was it them? Was it basically him signaling, saying, "I'm not going to vote for this," and then I am? So, like, they needed a certain amount of people to change their mind, so they gave him the sweetheart deal, and then
at the end
all
of
of a
the
sudden, they didn't have enough.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, there was only one person who said nay on the Republican side, and it wasn't Massie.
Yeah, who was it?
Actually, let me go look that one up because I have to actually look up the voting and how that went.
Bill, right?
I mean, it
no,
is.
that's just cutthroat. That's cutthroat.
Yeah, it is. That's how it is, though. Like, oh well, I know I was actually disagreeing with this one part of the bill, but we're gonna frame it as if you were disagreeing with the good parts of the bill.
Yeah, it's political spin, and that's why I agree. These different things need to be voted on individually at different times. You don't just make a whole fucking law that has all of these different things in it, and only one signature is required. That I disagree with that. I think if they want to pass all of this legislation, they should do it one line item at a time. It should be no more than a paragraph.
But Monty, they won't quit cold turkey.
You're
it's
right.
It's gonna be like a process. It's gonna be like a 12-step program. You know, it's gonna be
they
like
gotta get off the power.
Yeah.
Power Anonymous, PA.
Yeah. So
Politicians Anonymous.
You know, ideal is not realistic.
Yeah. So he's being an idealist when we don't live in that world. Which
Exactly.
I mean, it'd be nice. I agree with him. It would be very nice if we lived in that world. There'd be a lot less laws that get passed. Like, we'd still be able to own machine guns right now if it weren't for Reagan signing the Gun Protection Act. And that was just an amendment in there that got fucking put in there, and you can't throw the whole fucking bill away because that's in there. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And a lot of people go back on Reagan. It's like, oh, he passed, the Gun Control Act or the Gun Owners Protection Act that got rid of machine guns. Well, it was the Hughes Amendment that really did it in, and everything in the Gun Owners Protection Act was good for gun owners. So they had to make a concession. I don't think you should have to make concessions. You vote on what you want or what you don't want.
And all right, guys. So I found out that there were actually two guys. So the bill passed on July 3rd with 218 votes yes and 214 votes no. Two Republicans breaking ranks on voting no was Republican Thomas Massey of Kentucky and Republican Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
So he did vote no.
No, so yeah, he did vote no. He didn't switch up. So that was my bad, guys. My bad on that one. So no, he didn't switch up. But I thought I seen it come out.
Yeah.
As like, yeah, I thought I did. But all right then.
Right.
Oh, and what was it? The AI thing?
Yeah.
They also there was also an amendment in there to delist suppressors and short barrel rifles off of the NFA, and the fucking Senate parliamentarian went and kicked that out.
Man, nobody can have fun with these guys. But hey, I did actually see that in the amendment as well. And I remember one amendment I hated was like, because what was it? No tax on tips and no tax on overtime was supposed to be uncapped. But they set a cap on it.
Here's the thing. I agree with the cap on it simply because the way you evade taxes, it would just be a vehicle to evade taxes, because now CEOs' bonuses are now just tips.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh
wow.
No.
So
son of
major,
a bro, I was thinking
loophole.
the same thing. I was literally thinking the same thing. Like, I wonder if I can change my payment. Like, yo, stop paying me a paycheck. Pay me in tips.
Bribes are tips. Bribes are tips.
Yep. So put the whole
No tax on bribes.
tip.
So they put a cap on it so that it only benefits people that are actually getting tips.
Wow, Monty, I've never heard that take.
Nah, it's funny because I thought about it for like 5 seconds and I was just like, maybe they got something around that. But now that you're saying it out loud,
that's what it is. That's what they put in to stop it. And the same thing with overtime. They can just say that, oh, we pay overtime after 10 minutes at work.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I did hear somebody. I heard somebody crying about the cap, and I was like, I didn't know if it was true or not, but
that's a good thing. They capped it at, I think, $10,000 for tips and $25,000 for overtime.
Yeah.
And the only people that are making I make more than $25,000 in overtime, so I'll exceed the cap. I'll get the deduction, but I will exceed the cap.
Oh yeah, same here. So I know I'm.
Wait, now hold on. So it has to be over 25,000.
Yeah, no. Pretty much once your tax, once you haven't been, I mean, I guess once your tax savings gets up to about 25,000, then you get taxed.
No, incorrect, Set.
All right.
The income earned. So $25,000 is not going to be taxed.
which means you're not going to save $25,000 in taxes. You're just not going to be taxed. It's going to be like a standard deduction on top of your already standard deduction.
All right, so it's like a standard deduction of 25,000 on your earnings.
Basically, you get a deduction off of your income that is overtime, but you can only get it on overtime income. Also, Social Security and Medicare tax is not payroll tax, so it's only getting rid of payroll tax on $25,000 of overtime and $10,000 of tips.
Because the way I was thinking about it is that they have that 25 set aside for everybody on overtime, and let's say you did like 200, or let's say you did $1,000, dollars in overtime. Now you got 2,400 until we start 24,000 until we start taxing you. That's how I thought it was running.
That's exactly. You're right. So if you're say you make $100,000 a year standard without overtime, and you make $150,000 a year after overtime, you get a deduction of $25,000 of that overtime. So now you're only paying taxes on $125,000.
Okay, that makes sense.
Go up and
Apparently, Castro said it's only $12,500 on OT. I thought it was 25.
No, I can check it real quick. Let's see, cap on OT tax. Yep, it's it's 25,000 for married filing jointly, but it's 12,000 for single filers.
Oh man.
Phasing out threshold begins tapering off for individuals earning above 150,000 or 300,000 for joint filers.
But what if
So
but what if you married yourself, like those
what the fuck?
you know, like
and you got to file 2 tax returns. That's tax fraud.
Oh my god, that is actually funny. That'd be great.
That was a trend.
It does have an effective years, right? So applies for tax years of 2025 through 2028. The policy sunsets after 2028. So we get 3 good years, and we'll see how this works out, and it may be extended.
You know what that is? I'll just call it like I see it. That is a dog whistle to say, hey, vote for Republicans again so we can extend this. Democrats will just push it out.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Just like they did with the 2017 tax cuts.
You're back.
This is important. We're not tax attorneys. This is not tax advice. If you want tax advice, go talk to a tax professional.
At H&R Block.
At H&R. Free sponsorships.
Hey man, no problem. Hey man, H&R Block, send me something. Yo, what's up?
Can I wanna say something because someone Pizza Party Mikeinator. Wow, that's a name. Said no more $200 tax stamp on SBR and suppressors. It's nice in the sense that you don't have to pay that tax anymore. However, the not nice part about it is there is still a registration. That's what like true Second Amendment advocates want to get rid of. They cheapened it and watered it down, and it's not really about the $200. It's a half measure.
And wasn't that $200 passed on to the customer from the dealer?
So you have to to get a tax stamp to buy an NFA item, you have to go and submit a Form 1 or a Form 4 to the ATF and ask for their permission, even though you directly pay the ATF as the customer before you can even pick it up. It's like you would have to pay for the background check. And what this bill does is takes that tax off of it, and it makes it a little bit easier because now the ATF has been, the NFA has been updated, which means now it can go back to the Supreme Court and get ruled unconstitutional. I'm crossing my fingers, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, is this guy selling the bill, or is he explaining?
No, he was against it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he's selling it though. Like I'm not saying that he's secretly for it. I'm just saying, like,
what he's saying is he wishes he could vote on the individual items, what he disagrees with and agrees with. I think you should be allowed to make omnibus bills, but each item in that bill should be able to be voted on.
Yeah, like a checklist, like yes to this one, no to this one, no to this one, and all questions are read out and tallied up.
And then the president can go veto line items out of the bill based off of the votes.
Huh. But isn't this guy explaining that that he didn't vote on it because of the huge increase in debt? Is that his whole thing?
He's defending his no vote because there's too many things that he doesn't like in it. But he's like, I'm going to be attacked because I don't want seniors to have oxygen. That's the point he's making, and I agree with his reasoning behind it. I think it should have voted, but based off of like he should have voted for it based off of what all's in it. But yeah,
and there were no Democrats that voted for it, not a single one.
The Democrats never break ranks.
But if it was Kamala Harris in there and they were voting for USAID hikes and all this stuff and voting at midnight and not telling anybody, they'd all vote for it. The Democrats, they'd all vote for it.
I don't know. Like the Democrats are gonna vote against everything that Trump stands behind.
All right. Who don't know, the only reason why hemp was or marijuana was made illegal, so there was no competitor to the lumber industry, which we kind of gave away to Canada later on down the line. So I mean, I don't even know why it even stood if we were just going to give away the business anyway. And I don't even know why we enacted a prohibition on marijuana if the whole reason was to save the lumber industry that we gave away anyway. It was up.
I'll tell you why they made marijuana illegal. Because historically, African Americans like to smoke weed, and if you want to disarm African Americans, because the Black Panther movement, that's how you do it. You just say, "Oh, it's a crime to do this, and you can't have a gun if you've committed a crime." That's how you do it.
The military doesn't want their people shooting high, because they feel a connection with the enemy. They wanted them tougher. Weed was making them soft, and
pathetic.
Yeah, and the paper industry was bigger than the lumber industry. Newspapers.
Now, paper is lumber.
Right.
But hemp would have become bigger than the lumber industry.
Yeah,
I think it would because it was cheaper.
Hemp is sustainable.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
both
cheaper,
are.
more sustainable.
You can farm it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main reasons why this whole because think about it, I think weed was like made illegal back in like 30s, maybe 30s. I'm thinking.
Well,
so and that was and from what I read, it was mainly because of the lumber industry because they want to take out competition for that.
And the military, and what Monty was saying with
that's why
because even back in Monty's right though, because like before the 1930s and all that, like a lot of black musicians, black people definitely partook in weed. I mean, black comedians before the weed was banned or prohibition, all that good stuff. I mean, they used to do comedy sessions smoking weed right in front of everybody.
And that's all it was. It was racism, and not racism like weed. Weed was not targeted because it like they wanted to be racist. Weed was targeted because
it was a way to get at the other the other group. Yeah.
And it was all but it goes back to disarming the Black Panthers, disarming the African American community. That's all it was. That's why it's still like if you go to fill out a gun registry or like fill out a 4472, 44, I forgot the actual ATF form number. But if you go to fill it out, it asks you, do you smoke weed? do you do illicit drugs? Are you one of those black people we're worried about?
Hold on, Mike, where have you been? You said weed's not legal, never has been. Bro, you've been to Colorado and California?
Washington? Maine?
Well, I mean, West Side in general.
Weed is not federally legal. What it is, I think, is what he's getting at. And it's still a Schedule 1, but states do have the right
just like they do with suppressors in Texas, to say we're not going to follow the federal law, but we're not going to violate any interstate commerce clause, so we can do it in our country or our state.
Yeah.
Did Trump release a lot of people that were in jail for nonviolent offenses like weed?
Well, hold on, wait, really? I think Jet said Trump's 2018 farm bill made THC legal 0.3%, but regular cannabis still illegal federally. Oh, that makes sense. So pretty much for the medical use. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close it out on this one because we're at almost the 5-hour mark.
You go into voice chat in Discord.
Got you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it out on this one, guys. Appreciate the support, and make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel, but make sure you double tap the screen and like the video. This is Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except 2 problems. It is censored, and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.